Go. Dude, go. Yo, I'm so fucking... Ugh, no one's in here yet, damn it. I was hoping my mods were in here. Hey, get over here. Damn it, Heather. Orly, let's go. Let's go. Get in here. Orly, get out of here. Let's go. Go on. Go. All right, if you want to go back outside, you're going to have to go to Orly's house. Go to Orly's house. It would be so fucking tight if the online trolls would stop wasting county resources. Please stop having the county come out to my property. For fuck's sake. Guess what? The county came out and the complaint, guess what? It was unfounded. Fucking assholes. I'm literally trying to have a good day out here and fucking get out of my funk to craft. And you guys are out there like fucking trying to once again cause fucking problems. You know, they're down there right now talking to Roxanne. The county is. So you're really trying to fuck shit up, huh? So you don't want me to leave. You don't want me to leave the property. But you don't want me to have my son in this environment. It's really confusing what the Reddit people's purpose is. Like the people on Reddit, like, what is the point? Are you actually trying to do good deeds? Are you the good people you think you are? You're trying to do right by Elliot and help Elliot in some way? Well, why don't you, like, help me get out of this situation and make a better life for Elliot? Because you don't actually want to. You just see someone who's a happy person and who seems to, like, always make ends meet and figure shit out and is able to fearlessly ask her community for help when she needs it. And you're like, you know what? I hate her. I hate that girl. She's evil. She's abusive to her child and her dog, and she's a monster. Maybe. I'm trusting the universe. Fuck. I gotta start the generator. I'll bring it with me because I did not put gas in it last night. Or I let it run out, maybe. I don't remember. What are you doing, Money? What are you doing, kitty? I don't hear any yelling, so Roxanne may be walking them around somewhere. Usually she yells at them and tells them to fuck off. Can't believe I lost my fucking vape. I just don't understand where I could have lost it. It's like... Oh, shit. I just don't understand. I don't get it. This is ridiculous. Why has it gotta get lost right now? I don't have the ability to replace it. How am I gonna do that to myself? It's very baffling. I don't understand. I hate when I lose things. What the fuck? I'm gonna smoke dabs and fucking flour, and I don't really like smoking that shit. I'll throw up though. Fucking deal with it. Ow! Oh my god, that hurt. Roxanne is, or she's walking with the county, like over the bridge. I hope to God she's not about to take the county to the neighbor's house. Like, that's just bad. You don't ever do that. You never do that. My Cash App is Subliminal Locks. It's the same exact thing as it is here on all platforms, like all of them, except for PayPal. I think out of all, like even at like Facebook, Instagram, Rumble, Twitch, it's all Subliminal Locks except for on PayPal. Hey, Olivia. Yeah, probably. Take it in the bathroom and open it up. I want you to see what it is. Oh, nuh-uh. Thank you so much. Here, hold on, I'll be right back. Thank you so much. Thank you so fucking much. Thank you so much. I have to pay a ticket, and the ticket is like 95% of the money that I have, and I was like, okay, well I can get dry dog food and wet cat food with what I have left over, but I really was gonna have to get like cheap dog food. That's not the stuff that he can eat. He's not supposed to eat that stuff, that cheap shit. It'll make him sick, unfortunately. Tattoos definitely do hurt. Thank you so much. For real, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I mean, they're tattoos. They do hurt, yes. Are you gonna you record some of it so you can send it to the Discord, Olivia?
Welcome to my new food center series where I try all of the recipes that came with this vintage system. Today we are trying lime and cucumber salad. Naturally, when it's a new tune salad recipe, we pull out the pitcher because gelatin is involved. To the blender, you add hot water, gelatin, vinegar, cold water, onions, celery, salt, and a dash of cayenne. After the initial vegetables are blended, you add the cucumbers for a fine chop. Set it in a bowl so it can set up a little bit, and then you mix in the vegetables and pour it into your mold. Now it's time to, as you know, I'm very nervous about this because the textures of these are awful and usually followed by a pretty bad taste. But this one was a little bit more surprising than that. Though you can't tell from my face because I'm still processing, I took a couple bites before I realized I actually like this one. This completes the salad section. Would you give this a try? Welcome to my new food summer series where I try all of the recipes that came in this vintage system. Today we are trying
lime and cucumber salad. Sorry, that just had to catch me for a second. The ticket is $265. It was like the guy, I don't understand why he gave me a ticket, to be quite honest. He gave me a ticket for a rolling stop, or not a rolling stop, but not stopping in an intersection. And that's not what happened. I literally, there was like, okay, I'm coming out of a grocery store parking lot onto a two-way, like, back road neighborhood street. Right along the parking lot, hold on, I'm watching her talk to him real quick. She's doing that manipulative shit that she does. You can't see her face. Ugh, I'm not gonna be able to show you. I'm trying to show you her body language. She's using this body language that she specifically uses to manipulate people. And she told me about it. She taught me this. Roxanne taught me this. It's something that's stuck in my mind like crazy. Whenever she's in the middle of an argument with somebody, whenever an argument starts with somebody, okay, whenever an argument starts with somebody, like she, you know, whatever, she immediately does this. She said that when she gets on her, you know, when you get on your knees, it's a submissive position. And so it throws people off and it makes them less aggressive towards you. So whenever she gets into an argument with someone, she sits down just like this. That's fucking, that's plotting things out awfully hard. They're really giving her the third degree, though. They're inspecting everything really intensely. Right. It's calculated. That's the word I was trying to think of. You know, it's calculated, and it's just stuck in my mind. Like as things have, I've realized it's not happenstance what happened. There's a level of it's pathological. She's pathological about it, and that means she's plotting and planning and trying intentionally to mess with and throw people off. You know what I mean? And that just made me realize over time, you know, like once I put all the pieces together, after I had some time to like look at it from afar instead of like being in the situation, you know. I realized like I was totally manipulated the entire time. These two county workers are literally wearing masks. It's 100 degrees outside and they're both sweating their asses off, nearly dead, and they're both wearing masks. Nah, I can't show you. I can't show you anything without violating someone's privacy. Why does it matter what I think of Islam? Oh, have fun. No, go do your thing, Olivia. Come on now, just go. Have a good time. You don't have to worry about it. Is Kristen here? I saw her in here. I wasn't paying attention to the chat before, so I don't know what's going on. Fail. Just do the fucking right thing. Don't be lazy. That's what you get for being lazy. This must be Crystal. Alcohol there. I gotta hurry up for this shit melts. I wish I could not have to stretch like this to do this off camera. I had to go stand in front of the fan for a second so that I could breathe fresh air. Ooh. I just read your comment, Kristen.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive. I'm trying to solely focus on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. I don't know about you guys. I know I'm seeing a lot of leftoids linking snap polls, a lot of people making big, grandiose claims. The Trump guilty verdict is taking down Donald Trump. Nobody's gonna vote for a felon is what they keep saying. I don't know if I see it the same way, purely based on what I'm seeing. Now, I have to admit, we haven't done a full data analysis on the issue because there's just not enough data yet. And obviously there hasn't been enough time for the initial hysteria to dissipate a little. Based on...
The more that I see people talking about this, the more that I think that, the more I'm sure that the Trump trial was a show on both sides. I hear so many people saying that Donald Trump becoming a felon is just going to make people vote for him even more, and it's just going to get like all these people from the left to vote for Donald Trump, but no, it isn't. No, it isn't. And it's not because he's a felon. It's not because of the crooked political system. None of it. It's because right now, all the youth on the left who have been like manipulated with BLM and trans stuff, they're realizing that actually, wait a minute, in my opinion, it is Israel that's doing all the propagandizing. And so whatever candidate is in the pocket of Israel, I can tell you that candidate is going to get people are going to ask questions about it. But I haven't seen a whole flood of people who said they were, who previously weren't going to vote for Trump, saying now they're going to vote for Trump. I haven't seen that. But I've heard the media talking about it. Like, oh, people are all over the place doing this. It's crazy how it's going on. Everybody's voting for Trump now because he's a felon. I think that's all bullshit. Because the people who, at this point in the game, if someone was not going to vote for Trump and they weren't going to vote for Biden, it was RFK that they wanted. And the reason that they don't like RFK is because he's in bed with Israel. And then we systematically realized, wait a minute, oh my God, all the candidates are in bed with Israel. And the United States is making policies that benefits Israel. Did you know that they're trying to pass a bill right now for United States citizens who are dual citizens with Israel and are fighting in Israel's army? They're going to get the same military benefits that our veterans get. And I bet you they get better benefits. They actually get treated well when they, years down the road, unlike our veterans. It doesn't make any sense how they're fooling people, so many people, into just allowing Israel to continue. The Zionists who control Israel are in control of the United States as well. So Israel was supposed to be a satellite country for the United States, like Ukraine is supposed to be for the United States. And Israel, the Zionists were just trying to fool the United States into oh yes, we'll work for you, until they could get power. I think Palestine has every right to exist. It is a country, and the people have been living there for thousands of years. And the people who live in Palestine right now, like native Palestinians, are more closely related to Jesus than any of us. So I don't support everything that, I mean, I've spent my whole life being what I thought mostly was liberal Democrat, but the last like 10 years has made me like question everything I ever thought. And I thought I was going to vote for Trump, but I don't think I'm going to. Yeah, it is really ay caramba. It's crazy because I'm the last person, like I am super not believer, and I haven't been in like apocalyptic things, you know, like I understand that, you know, nature is nature, but humans definitely have an influence on energy, and we're gonna find out very soon. We're winning the war of information, so they're gonna start trying to cause natural disasters, the West Coast and the East Coast. That's, you know, have you guys seen that anomaly that's happened off the coast of Africa? And they say that it's just a computer error or whatever, but it keeps happening, and it's specifically telling, the meter is saying that the ocean is being heated up, and it's in this area, this very specific area of the world, where that's where the birth of all hurricanes. If it's hot in that area, then it's a worse hurricane season. And the graph is off the charts right now. Like, it's going to be one of the worst hurricane seasons we've ever seen, because they are doing something to our ocean to cause the temperature to rise up. They are doing something to, like, Hawaii with those fires. It's just weird. I don't necessarily know if I believe it was lasers from the sky, but I definitely believe there was some fishy shit. I think that they intentionally released fishy shit so that when you talk about what happened, you sound like a crazy person, and there's outrageous shit that didn't happen, but they did cause that, my opinion. And there's all these earthquake things that are happening that are like shallow earthquakes, which are unusual. The cloud seeding, I forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me. So it's just really gross, what they're doing. And again, this is just my opinion. You know, I'm just one person. Got sucked in. Well, it's not, I mean, Biden's, you know, it doesn't matter if Trump becomes president. All of the crazy shit that's been going on in our country to divide us as people, the race baiting, the fucking the trans stuff, you know, like, those things are intentionally devised to create hatred amongst us and keep us in our little bubbles and keep us segregated from each other. It's literal self-segregation, and we've been tricked. The weird thing to me is that all the things that are happening in our country that are like causing major problems between people, like all of those things that are in that like category, are all talked about in the Torah and the Talmud, which are two of the sacred texts to the Zionists, the Jewish Zionists. And it's not Jewish people on the whole. In the same way, you guys got to realize this, in the same way that Christians have Baptist and Catholic, Jews have that too. There's Hasidic Jews, there's Ashkenazi Jews, there's Zionists, you know, there's, Jewish people who are Jewish by birth, and then there's Jewish people who are Jewish by religion. So like there's just a lot of, it's a lot of stuff. It's not all just one type of person. And so it's not all Jews. It's very specifically the Zionists. And they created Israel. They are the ones who, the very first terrorist attack that was ever committed in modern history was committed by the Zionist Party at the King David Hotel in Jerusalem before the creation of Israel. And it starts and ends with them. It starts and ends with them. Trump is a useful idiot in that regard, yes. But I think that Trump knows what he's doing. So yeah, he may be a useful idiot in a lot of ways, but he actually knows what he's doing. You got to realize his daughter is married to Jared Kushner. And Jared Kushner is an upper echelon Israeli, you know? They've married into the family. It's the same exact shit that they did to the Bidens. Do you know who Hunter Biden is married to? Both presidents' children are married to high-ranking Israeli Americans. Isn't that weird? Isn't it weird? It's almost like now their grandchildren are at risk. It's almost like now they have some kind of like power over them. You know Donald Trump loves his daughter. You know these people are not above killing people. They shot JFK in front of everybody, in my opinion. So it's 100% blackmail, in my opinion. Every single one of them that is intentionally, Lachlan, everything that, like, it's in the same vein of the BLM stuff, in the same vein as the trans rights stuff, in the same vein as like introducing kids to adult concepts. And actually, so in the Torah and the Talmud, there's like 30 genders. Pedophilia is sacred. So yeah, there's just like a lot of things that, you know, just look into it yourself. I don't want you to take what I say, and please do not take anything I say as fact and then go tell anybody this. I want you to just hear what I say and then go, wait a minute, that doesn't sound right. That can't be true. Let me go look. And then you go look yourself. That's what you should do. But try to remember that literally Israel, the Zionist Party, they have power over everything right now. They own Google, they own all the search results, they own everything. And they have infiltrated every single facet of our country in order to take full control. And right now, because we are winning the war on information, like so many people are waking up to what's going on and like talking about it, that they are rushing through their plan. And so they're getting sloppy. So that's a bonus, but you have to realize that with their animals, and they're backed into a corner right now. And so they are 100%, Israel is the people who will take the world out before, you know, if they got to go down, they're going to take everyone down with them. So, and Israel is the reason, in my opinion, why there's disharmony between Ukraine and Russia. Did you know that today, or yesterday, it was today, that Vladimir Putin said today that America is the enemy? Officially. He said America is the enemy. And Ukraine and Russia right now are playing nuclear games with each other. Why? Why is this allowed? How is this okay? How is this at all allowed by us? I don't understand it. Yeah, so did you hear about what happened with Twitter too? Ay caramba. So Twitter just recently signed up with a company, I think it's called AU1TEX or something like that, and it's a verification company. So, you know, Twitter has like all of the people outing all of this shit right now, big time. People are talking about it very openly on Twitter. And so now if you want to receive money from Twitter, you have to give your ID and all of your information to a company in Israel. What? What? Why aren't we doing this in-house? What is Elon Musk like? What the fuck? And he's conveniently trying to pretend like he doesn't know what's going on. He's not answering anybody's tweets about it. They've got him by the balls too. Gotta realize. You know, we're all fucked if we do not start standing up for ourselves. No, I'm definitely not anti-Semitic. Like I just got done saying not even 5 minutes ago, it's not all Jews. It's not. So you cannot just blanket this. It's 100% the Zionists. In the same way, and I explained it in its simple terms, in the same way that Christianity has Baptist and Catholics, Jews have Hasidic Jews, Ashkenazi Jews, they have Zionists, it's all kinds of different shit. So it's the Zionists specifically. It's not all Jews. I'm definitely not anti-Semitic. I based anyone off of how they act. And I can see with my eyes what the fuck's going on. And I can put the pieces together. And it's like, if I come to a conclusion. And I'm like, that's weird. That's strange. I'm noticing something. Let me see if anyone else has noticed it. And then other people have noticed it. A lot of other people have noticed it. You know? You guys gotta realize that, like, 9/11, while it definitely had, you know, Bush took the fall for that, but do you know who was actually the ones who perpetuated it? I bet you can't guess who I'm gonna say. Look into it. It's fucking crazy the ties that whole shit show had to do with that place over there. It's really strange. All the things that you notice when you see the whole picture and you're able to like suss out all of the information. It's wild. Did you know that in 1957, Israeli military dressed up like Arabs and attacked Egypt and then said it was them? Said it was the Muslim community? Isn't that strange? Do you know that the IDF's literal slogan, it might be the Mossad, but one of them, it's win war by deception. I mean, like, do you need to say anything else? Yes, Vendetta, yes. Yes, 1000% yes. Yes. I don't remember who said that, but I've seen that before. Yes, they are, I caramba. And it's crazy that so many people still are invested so, like, it's like football, this Trump versus Biden shit. They're just fixated on the Trump versus Biden thing, but that's not even the real problem. You know? It's not. You know what's really sad is that I've been following this content creator. His name is Ian. It's like Cancel This Clothing Company for like 2 years. And I followed him on Twitter. And then, I followed him on TikTok. That's where he started talking about stuff. And right around the Lahaina fire is when I really started like paying attention to what he was saying. Because he was like, we had exactly the same opinions about pretty much everything. And so, I started really following. I stopped following on TikTok because I stopped using TikTok for the most part. And I started just following on Twitter and everything. And I was able to see, like, on Twitter, you have an inside view of a lot of shit, like content creation, just a lot of journalistic stuff. It's just a lot more of an inside view because I guess Twitter's really where everything is happening. But I've been able to follow his, like, political stuff. And it's really fucking sad because he's really smart and really like able to articulate stuff and put the pieces together and show it to you in a way that makes sense. He's really good at that. But what I've noticed in the last like maybe 2 or 3 months is that he is now bought and paid for by the machine. I've watched it happen. I've watched him go from criticizing RFK and openly talking about like what's going on with RFK and like he would make a great president except for like all of these really fucking wacky things that he says, and the fact that he specifically won't denounce Israel. And then he has an opportunity to interview the vice president nominee and RFK Jr. And now he's not, now he's like changed his tune. He's more like pandering to RFK, and he basically works for them now. Anytime he's posting, he's talking about voting for RFK. And it's like, because he's not talking about the things that matter now. His name is Ian. It's Cancel This Clothing Co. on Twitter, or Cancel Clo.co. Yep. That's it's really it's just really wonderful. You guys have no idea how wonderful it is to have a conversation about this stuff, and for even one person to understand what I'm talking about and agree, even to any degree. I've been talking about this crap for like 10 years, and like people have, I mean, honestly, I haven't talked about it publicly until like the last like 2 years. I've been starting to talk publicly about my like thoughts and opinions, because I just don't care what anyone thinks anymore. And if someone wants to cancel me because of my personal opinion, okay, I guess, whatever. It's not going to stop me from living my life. But I've already been canceled like twice or 3 times, I think. Whatever. But I've been trying to like essentially like tell my sisters, tell my aunt, like, dude, have you like, look at this information, like, isn't this weird? Don't you notice something? And people just call me crazy. I look like a lunatic. People call me crazy. And then, oh, you're anti-Semitic. Oh, you're anti this. No, I'm not. I'm pro human life. I'm pro people. I'm pro common sense. I need to go get my dog. Are you ready to come inside? Some water, right here. Right here. Some water. Drink some water. Right here, water. Oh, drink water, dude. Right, exactly, I caramba. It's just mind-blowing. So, but you gotta realize, again, it's all propaganda, and it's like tricking. Oops, hold on, I'll be right back. some cool air there. Anyways, it's mind-blowing how the college kids, all they have to do is change their language from Free Palestine to Israel is bad in some way, shape, or form. Like, if they just, instead of like focusing on a country else, like the right and the left would unite like this. If the people who were protesting would actually say something that could be uniting speech instead of divisive speech. Instead of saying Free Palestine, we need to say like, well, what about us? We're under their control too. The whole world is being screwed over by them. So, and the whole world is like against them. You know? They have like literal human crimes against humanity, sanctions against them right now. And if we could just stop using divisive speech like Free Palestine, and we could say things like, I'm not great at thinking up slogans. Y'all are better. You'll figure it out. But something that specifically says the world needs to free itself from the grasp of Israel and like free the United States. The right and the left would unite like crazy. And you could put like a comma and Free Palestine, you know? Like if we could free ourselves, Palestine would get freed too. It's just a domino effect. You can't put the cart before the horse though. You can't free Palestine from Israel's grasp. They're next door neighbors. It's going to happen again. We have to stop Israel from doing what they're doing. But in order to do that, we have to start. It's like when you're trying to untangle a knots in your hair. You don't just start at the top and all the knots out. You start at the bottom and you work the little ones out first, and then you work your way up and you work the rest out, and slowly you work your way up, and then there are no knots. Okay? It's the same concept. We need to remove the tentacles from permeating every form of our government. We're losing faith in our judicial system. That's what makes us American. That's what gives us our rights, our freedom of speech, our constitution, is the faith in our justice system functioning the way it's supposed to. If we lose faith in our justice system, that's how come Africa is like, everyone's always like, I don't understand it. Why is Africa like a third world country? It just seems like people are like doing all this shit and blah, blah, blah. It's 100% because they don't have a judicial system that adheres to a specific set of rules, and you can count on it. And because of that, because there's no judicial system that can be counted on for unbiased, just based on the actions of the person, that's what you're being judged on. It's completely non-biased. If it was done properly and you have faith in your judicial system, people don't feel the need to handle shit themselves. If I could count on my judicial system to handle the situation between me and her, I could go to court and handle the situation instead of ending up in a brawl with her over stuff that the law won't help me handle. You know what I mean? And then once we lose that faith in our judicial system, that is how you make America crumble, really and truly. And that is why that guy, Soros, spent billions and billions of dollars funding all of these district attorneys and judges and putting them in places of power so that they could very slowly just tiptoe and start to cause fractures and us have to have a loss of faith in our judicial system. And if we can regain faith in our judicial system, we could then really make a huge difference in here. But because the laws are not being adhered to properly, it is a who you are versus what you've done type of a judicial system. America is crumbling from within. Everything that is an issue right now boils down to the fact that we can't trust our judicial system to do the things the way that it's supposed to. Exactly, Radim. I mean, like, because you got to realize, like, think of how much money has been sent to Africa over the last, say, 40 years, since like 1984. How many millions and billions of dollars has been sent to Africa to help them end poverty? Why is there still poverty and hunger? It's because they have criminals that actually run the show over there, because they don't have a judicial system and a policing system that operates like it's supposed to. And it all trickles down into then the what is it, the resources, the land, the resources of the land all go to the people who have money and can afford it, and then the people who can't have to make the things for the people who want the things, and they don't get the resources. That's right, you can't throw money at the problem. You have to have a system in place before you just throw money at things. It's the same concept of how, like, people are like, oh, we need to overthrow the government. Do you have something in mind for once it's thrown over? Because we need to have something in mind. We need to have a plan in place so that when revolution happens, then we can move forward with a new way that's better. And all we need to do, literally this is the craziest part of it all we literally have to do is just go to our Constitution and just read it and then adhere to that. It's crazy. Our Constitution is like a miracle. People don't understand that. People that are so in, like, people that go to public school, the youth, anyone under 20 in America really struggle to understand how magical that fucking document is. Like, no one else in the world has that. And do you look around what's going on in the world? You know? How many freedoms people are losing, how people are literally going to jail for speaking out. Australia is basically 1984. It's crazy. And they don't even realize how they don't have those rights. They are willing to just do what they're told because they don't realize they don't have to, because they've never been given the concept of freedom. We have, as Americans. We were born told that you're an American and freedom. You're free to go and do as you choose to create. Don't understand that. That's why we're like, oh, these like Americans, because we will tell you to fuck right off. You can't make me do that. Sure, I mean, Deep Impact, I am doing something about it right now. There are 76 people in this room listening to me, absorbing this information, thinking about it, and it putting seeds in their little minds. That's 76 more people than the word, or 49 now. That's, you know, like, I'm doing what I can. If I was wealthy, I would make my situation more broad and I would be able to reach more people. I don't know, maybe I'm supposed to be a politician later in life. Who knows? It's not something I would ever really want for myself, but I do have some pretty fucking good ideas every now and again. And, you know, who knows? Okay, Haley Smith. It's not like Goldstein or anything, are you sure? If anyone doesn't know what's wrong with Israel at this point, then there's no reaching you, or you've got some personal vested interest in Israel. And that's just all there is to it. Murdering people at such a large scale, like, okay, I get it. Hamas attacked Israel, okay? They had a right to retaliate. Sure. Okay, I understand that. But they don't have the right to continue to just go in and absolutely decimate cities. And just because one Hamas person might be in a hospital with 100 or 1,000 civilians doesn't mean that you can kill those 1,000 civilians just to get to that one Hamas leader. That's not what, it's very obvious what they're doing. And there's a plan behind it. They're doing this intentionally because they want to make, like, they're trying to make it they don't want to share Jerusalem with anybody. Right, so Melissa, that's the thing, is like, if our government and our judicial system was actually functioning in the way it was designed and built, like shit was fucking great. Like the judicial system in theory, like the way that it actually operates, like I've done a lot of studying and watching like legal cases, and my grandma was one of those little old ladies who used to like go to court and just sit and listen. So like I've watched a lot of these cases. I just watched the function of it before. I don't know the legal jargon, and I've never like absorbed that kind of stuff. But the way that the system operates in its design is great. You're innocent until proven guilty, but that's not how it's operating these days, especially because of the way that the media and the judicial system work in tandem with one another. They're not reporting what's happening. They're giving you seeds of hatred. They're intentionally making it so that you have an opinion about someone in a certain light. It doesn't matter what happens in court. Ultimately, that person, it could be totally innocent, and that person now has their life ruined because in the court of public opinion, they're guilty, And it's just complete, absolute bullshit the way that things have been working now. And that's like boils down to my whole point, really, is we've lost almost complete faith. We've lost faith in our judicial system. And because we are losing faith in our judicial system, we feel that we can't count on the police and the cops or the court system, civilly or criminally, to handle things for us. And the further down that road we get, the more likely we are to have dads going and blowing, rapers' brains out. The more likely we are to have, people just taking shit into their own hands. And while as a mother, like, I understand that, but truly, we have to have faith in our judicial system to operate properly, We have to. And it just isn't. And it hasn't been for a long time. And the thing is what you got to realize is that Alex Jones trial that happened, that was a dry run of what just happened with Donald Trump. And January 6th was a dry run of what they're trying to have happen now. They want another January 6th. They want it worse. They want to actually be able they want to pin these things on people. And that's why we have to be extremely aware of the fact that our reactions are within our own power. We do not have to act out in violence. We can totally be angry. We can yell, but we can do so without putting our hands on anybody. You just don't have to. Right, so here's the thing, All-American Prepper. See, I don't believe in that system in that way, in that whole thing, but you got to realize that the reason that it's designed that way, which it's not functioning like that now because they've done that bond revision or whatever, and so now criminals, you see what's happening when they don't let people out, when they do let people out after they get arrested while they're waiting for court, is the chance for reoffense is really high. So I don't believe in like white collar stuff. I don't believe that you should spend time in jail. If it's a non-violent offense, then I don't believe that you should spend time in jail. But if you had a violent offense, you should be held until trial, if it's blatantly obvious you did what you did, that's why they have an arraignment. The arraignment should be functioning properly. They should have the police reports, they should have evidence all at the arraignment. So your arraignment to be found whether they have probable cause to hold you in jail, that right there is when all that's supposed to happen. But they do it, it gets to be too systematic, where they're like, oh, yep, we find probable cause. Up, yep, we find probable cause. Up, yep, we find probable. That's what they've been doing. And again, the system's not functioning the way it was designed. Because human beings are not doing the job the way that it was designed. But if it was working in the way that it should, if you're innocent and you've been arrested for something you didn't do, you could easily be like, hey, look, here's like some proof right here that this is a mistake. I shouldn't go to jail until trial. And then let's have a trial. I can prove my innocence. Yeah, vendetta, it is crazy, and that's not how our government is supposed to be functioning. We're supposed to be able to vote for anyone we want, but because the it's called the caucus, when they have the caucus and the primary or whatever, they decide who's going to be the candidate for the party. The people who run that operation are corrupt. Like Hillary Clinton did not win the popular vote. Bernie Sanders did. But the Democrats put her as the candidate. Even though she did not win at all, she was put as the Democratic candidate. So it's just the system's not operating the way it was designed. It's literally all boils down to that. If we could recount on our judicial system to operate as it was designed, Hillary Clinton would actually be in jail right now. The minute that all this stuff came out, our judicial system would have started functioning. When we watch our politicians do corrupt things and not get in trouble for it, and then we watch a politician do something that's like not even really that big of a deal, that Bill Clinton literally did for 8 times that amount in the 90s with Paula Jones, $800 and something thousand he paid Paula Jones off, and his lawyer talked about it at a press conference. There was like no NDA, it was just, whatever. Anyway, Bill Clinton didn't go to jail for that. Hillary Clinton actually did commit campaign fraud and had to pay a fine for it. Obama did too. Campaign finance laws, they broke it. They had to pay a fine. They didn't go to jail. But when we see this, this is intentional. They want us to not trust our judicial process. That's why they've been doing this. This is a long game. This has been happening for years and years and years and years and years. They've been it's called the tyrannical tiptoe. Just one tiny little step at a time. Just one tiny little step at a time. And the next thing you know, like frog in a pot of fucking boiling water, you're cooked. It's just, the facts are that there are people in office now, the district attorneys and judges and other people that operate the judicial system, who have been compromised. The Zionist propaganda and infiltration has been permeated. Like in Germany, right before the big bad happened with the mustache man, whenever that shit happened, so the same thing that is happening in the United States was happening in Germany, okay? There was like debauchery, a lot of like really weird shit, publicly out in the open, celebrated. I mean, Germany's still like a mecca for bondage and weird kinky shit. But anyway, so in Germany, right before the big bad thing happened, this is exact shit was going on in Germany. The difference was that there was actually a political party who was against and not infiltrated, and so that is his party, and that's who became in control. And then because the Zionists had not been able to infiltrate his party, he was actually able to like eradicate them out of the because they hadn't infiltrated the political office. Here, after all that went down and Israel was created, they were like, we want to take over the United States. We have to go get in politics as well. We have to get in the judicial system. We have to put people in place so that when we're being held accountable for our crimes, we get away with it. That's what they're doing. Little one-wheeler, it's your algorithm, man. I don't know why people come in here and complain about the algorithm. It's like when people go on Twitter and complain about like all the porn that they see showing up, and it's like, I literally never see porn on Twitter ever. It's like, well, what are you looking at that's making the algorithm think you want to look at that stuff? The algorithm is just going to feed you more of what you want so that it can keep you captivated on the app. So it's just trying to make educated guesses on what you've already watched. The electoral vote was designed for situations where you have large states with like very few people. I can't remember the exact details. I'll look it up so that I can. miserable. It's hot in here. Hold on. Let me just... Electoral College. What the fuck?
Hey Soul Family, welcome back to the channel.
I was in Google. That was weird. Alright. Okay. Wow, what a great explanation that they give you. Why do we use the Electoral College instead of the popular vote? The process of using electors comes from the Constitution. It was a compromise between popular vote by citizens and a vote by Congress. Thanks for nothing. Let's ask ChatGPT, since I just downloaded it. Why do we use the Electoral College instead of the popular vote? Okay. The use of the Electoral College instead of a direct popular vote for electing the President of the United States is rooted in historical, practical, and philosophical reasons that were debated and decided upon by the framers of the U.S. Constitution. Here are the main reasons. 1, to compromise between small and large states. There was a debate between delegates from smaller states and larger states. Smaller states were concerned that a direct popular vote would favor more populous states, giving them disproportionate influence in presidential elections. The Electoral College was a compromise that provided a balance by giving smaller states more weight than they would have under a purely popular or population-based system. But that shouldn't matter. Who cares if a state has more weight? It should be like, if we're voting for the President of the United States and not the President of the state, it shouldn't matter how, it shouldn't matter. The smaller states are just being fucking, it's fucking, you know who it is. It's fucking Rhode Island, it's Washington, D.C., Federalism. 2. The Electoral College reflects the federal structure of the United States government, which balances power between the national government and the states. By allocating electors to each state based on their congressional representation, or the total number of senators and representatives, the Electoral College ensures that states have a role in selecting the president, preserving the influence of state governments. I need water bad. Political stability and national cohesion. It was intended to promote political stability by requiring candidates to build broad nationwide coalitions. This system encourages presidential candidates to consider the interests of a wider variety of states and regions, potentially leading to more moderate and inclusive policies. So like a president doesn't have to just like campaign in New York and then they could like win by popular vote if they only campaign, you know, that kind of situation, I guess. I mean, obviously that's, my example is not great, but let's see. Also, historical context. So we've always done it this way, so we should always do it this way. Reason number 5, historical context and practical considerations. This is the way it was done back then in the 18th century, so we are going to keep doing it now. These reasons combined make the Electoral College the chosen method for presidential elections. While the system has been subject to criticism and calls for reform, particularly when the popular vote and the electoral vote outcomes diverge, It remains the established mechanism for electing the president. I mean, it's definitely a bullshit. I'm just giving you the definition. I'm not telling you, like, what I think. Well, so there's New York City and then there's New York State. New York City, while, yeah, it's one mayor for, like, the entire ass city, but doesn't it have, like, isn't it like Chicago? Doesn't it have boroughs? Aren't there, like, supervisors and, like that Tiffany Henyard? She's the mayor of she's in Chicago, but it's like a small town. It's a borough outside the big city. So doesn't New York have those? No, I'm not under the impression that all states have the same amount of electoral votes. Like I said, I was just reading what was being told to me by ChatGPT. None of that was my personal opinion. And I'm not good at thinking. So when you talk to people with that kind of tone, though, I'm going to tell you right now, you lose them. You immediately lose them. Listening or taking in any information you might have that may be right, you lose them when you talk to people like that. You can totally get your point across if I'm incorrect about something without being rude or mean. Or am I giving you that kind of attitude in any way? No. So. Yes, Careless Whisper, if you... Oh, I haven't done them, no. But if you want some, send me an email. And I will make you a pair of sandals. When I get off of the live, I'm gonna check my email. And so the real thing is that if there's a bunch of emails about it, then I'm gonna like rearrange my space over here to like turn it back into like a leather station. But if there's only a couple, I'm not gonna rearrange my whole house and go ape shit to try to like set up my station. I'm just gonna leave it like it is and then just make them. Yeah, Nano Pharaoh, the most important thing that we have to realize is that the division that's been going on is planted intentionally, and we're almost all in agreement when it comes down to we want our country, the people inside of our country, to just have their basic needs met and to thrive. Like, we all want the same things. We all want food, clothing, shelter, warmth, clean fucking shower, and love. You know, we all want the same things. We all need the same things. So, you know, ultimately, looking at anyone else as if they're less than you for some reason is just absolutely ridiculous. If someone chooses to act awful and intentionally continues to act in a way that harms others, well, you can wish the best for them, but you can't allow them to have any control over anyone else. I don't know it all. I'm just learning. Everything, you know, at life. I don't know anything about the like nuances of like, I mean, I might know like anecdotal things, but I'm not a politician. I'm not a fucking lawyer. I don't know, you know. That's why I couldn't give an explanation without looking up the definition. And when I looked up the definition or like the explanation that Google gave, it was like absolutely ridiculous. But yeah, I have absolutely no idea what the exact point of. I knew that just in general that the point of the Electoral College was because small states and large states, there's, you know, it's not good, you know, there's no congruence, or they were unhappy or whatever. I knew that it was some details about that. That's about it. When I turned 30 years old, it was the best birthday because I realized that ever being able to have that feeling that you have a moment, and never, like, if you're just a person who acts like you know everything, just imagine you can never share that feeling with someone ever, because like you were supposed to already know those things. That's why as a child, what I did as a kid is I used to pretend like I knew how to do things. If someone tried to show me how to do something, I'd be like, oh, I know how to do it. I got it. I can do it. But then I didn't know how to do it. And I see my son doing that sometimes. So I'm trying to like help him realize sooner than I did that by saying I know, all you're doing is literally stopping yourself from learning right at that moment. When you act like you already know, you're inhibiting yourself from absorbing anything that might assist you in any way, shape, or form. I might physically know how to do the thing the person is showing me, but maybe they know a way that's slightly better than I do. You should enter into every situation like that with, well, maybe I'm wrong. Let me just see what they have to say. I don't know, Melissa. I don't know why it is. Maybe it has to do with like when we were, you know, tribal people, and it's just some carryover, you know, beauty thing from there. I don't know. I love it. It was Gavin. Literally, you're the only person I've ever heard say that. That's the only part that hurt. Right here. This part right here, that area right there was the absolute worst. It made me cry. It hurt so bad, this little spot right there. And now, mind you, my hand is not like, it was the guy who was doing it. I was in a kind of situation where like I was in Alaska and I was staying at his house. I was just there to do work. Like I was doing dreadlock work, and he was a tattoo artist, and I was bartering with him. I think I didn't realize this because I'm a golden retriever and I'm just happy-go-lucky. I didn't realize in my mind that I think he thought he was going to have sex with me. It never crossed my mind that would have even. I just thought I was nice. He's a nice guy. He's not going to try to sleep with me. Well, so anyway, when I was getting my arm done and my hand done, I literally was at this point where I could not say anything when he was doing the wrong thing. I literally couldn't say anything. I just had to just like, okay, I'm just going to keep my mouth shut. I'm just going to get home. And when I'm not in Alaska and in this man's place of power anymore, then I will fucking worry about my hand. But I just need to just get through this without getting raped, without getting, you know, murdered, just want to make it home safe. That's all I want to do. So, it was supposed to be all blacked out, and then it was supposed to fade into dots. So it's like solid black, and then it turns into solid black, but a blurrier version because it's just dots everywhere, and then dots up my fingers. Like it was just supposed to be like from solid to dots, and this is what I got. And I just honestly been too lazy to fix it. I have so many tattoo artist friends who owe me money, and I don't know. To be quite honest, do you want to know why it is? It's because I can't fucking leave my house. Anytime I go to try to make an appointment, it's, you know, it's going to be hours and hours and hours. I have to do an overnight. I have to stay at my ex-husband's house if I'm going to do tattoo work because it's going to run a few hours. And that means I can't do it because I can't stay the night anywhere. that's literally it, because I've made 3 appointments in the last 3 years that I had to cancel, because on the day of the appointment I realized that, oh my god, I have like kittens right now, I can't leave my house, or oh my god, like I just got baby chickens, I can't leave my house right now, like every time. The closest store is about 40 miles. Yeah, my face was easy. The neck hurt. My back didn't hurt at all. I slept through my whole back getting tattooed. And I have, oh, I can show you guys, I'm not wearing pants. So this is probably one of my favorite tattoos. Obviously, can't see it very well, but it's a hyper-realistic cannabis bud with the all-seeing eye and some glowing mushrooms and crystals. My skin is really ashy and my legs are hairy, so the tattoo is not nearly as crisp as it does actually look. But anyway, so I slept through this entire one, but the chest is a whole other ball game. I cried the entire time I got my chest done. Dude, every man has a tribal one. Oh my god, every man has a tribal one. God damn it, 2000 was a hard year, Gavin. Yeah, my truck is a gas guzzler. Well, I mean, it's really, for a truck, okay, Melissa, for a truck, my truck gets really good gas mileage, all right? All things considered. But yes, it's definitely not like a car. I really want, I've said this since I was like 18, that I want to be so covered in tattoos that I like change races, you know? I mean, I was like 17 when I said I was obviously an idiot. But like, I mean, I genuinely would love to have like blackout. I don't need designs. I would totally like to just have like my arms totally blacked out and my hand fixed, both hands to fading. I really like the look of having a really colorful design and then you do some like black work over that so that there's gaps, and through the gaps you can see like the colorful designs underneath, kind of like when you remember in school when we'd like use the like wax and you paint over it with like black paint, and then you like use the scraping tool and it like shows the like color underneath, like that kind of shit. Melissa, I'll show. Well, I can't show you because it's on my lower back, but I got the butterfly on my lower back. Look at the top of my tattoo on the back. This is you'll see my tribal tattoo. It's an orb with like a tribal, like, I don't know. So that's my tribal tattoo, but it's obviously in the process of being covered up. I love those. Those are my favorite, to be quite honest, is the geometric designs. Those are probably my favorite. But I could never really line up with like great tattoo work and like affordable, and like, you know, like it never like lined up where I was able to find someone who did great geometric work and who also wanted to barter, so I just didn't get any. I haven't paid for tattoos. I cannot rationalize spending the money. I can't rationalize spending the money when it comes to my body and like decorating and shit. Like, it's the same reason why I've been walking around with this in my nose for the last 6 months. I can't rationalize spending $40 on a nose ring. So it's there. It's there. It's not closed up, so it's fine. I don't notice it. Only you guys do, you know? So it doesn't bother me. It bothers everyone else, but it doesn't bother me. But the same thing with tattoos. Like, I don't really see this shit ever. It doesn't bother me. The way my body looks really only bothers other people. And I can't rationalize spending the money on tattoo work when I could think of so many other things that money could be spent on that would be way like more beneficial and would last, you know, I would, you know, it's not just like throwing money down into a well. You gotta hide that fucking tribal somehow. So the cover up on my back is it's a woman. So I did a DMT, I had a DMT experience, like, I don't know, maybe like 5 years ago. It was like May of 2019. So whatever that is. It was right around the time that I was having that court battle with Josh that I had told you guys about a few weeks ago. But anyway, so I did DMT, and I did so because I wanted to ask God a question specifically. And so I went in with this specific thought in mind, and like how I literally just wanted to know how I was going to not lose my son in that court battle, and how I could just make everything come out so that it's fair and correct, and not like, I didn't want to take Elliot from Josh. I didn't want Josh to take Elliot from me. I wanted 50-50, even Steven. That's what I want, because that's what's right for Elliot. Elliot should have 100% access to both parents, at the very least 50%, you know? And that's why I want us to live on the same property at some point, because I think we should all be together. We're a family. We're parents, co-parents. We should be on the same property. Not in the same house, but on the same property. But, I lost my train of thought. Fuck, I can't remember what the point I was making. Anyway, the universe doesn't want me to tell you, I guess. Oh yeah, the DMT trip. That's what I was telling you guys. Okay. So, no, yeah, I know that, but so this was an emergency situation, Crystal. I've never done it since. I only did it the one time. This was like a very emergency situation where I did this. Anyway, so I did the DMT. I went in with a specific idea in mind and whatever, and I literally got my answer. It was weird, but a female entity came. First, it was like it was like a human shape, but it was made out of that like iridescent, like you know, it's like pink and purple and like shimmery kind of colors. It was a human shape that was like that, like with no hair or anything. So it was just the human body shape, bald head shape. You couldn't tell if it was a woman or a man. So that was there, and then it morphed into a primitive Scottish woman from like, I don't know, like when Rome took over, Boudica, like that kind of shit. Okay, like, so she was wearing like a velvet green cloak, and it had like a gold chain cross. I can't remember her exact outfit underneath, because I was like, wow, that's a really cool cloak. She had red hair, and it was just flowing in the like wind was blowing at her and shit. And she was very like large appearing. Not that she was actually statuesque, but that her presence was so big that it just was like, it felt like that, you know. She just felt so large. She had she had bangles around her shit here. She had a bangle on her arm here, and she had long nails. And she basically told me And again, their answer might not make sense to you. It didn't make sense to me. It still doesn't. But I just did what I was told, okay? So she reached out and she touched my forehead and she went, and like, she didn't say words or whatever, but I just heard the idea of what she was saying. And essentially, I don't remember the verbatim words. I wish I did, but essentially she said, if you tattoo the symbol of your ancestors on your brow, that that no man can bring harm to you. And so I was like, whoa, okay. So the next day, literally the next day, I went and got my forehead tattooed with the symbol she told me to do. And like, when I tell you that when I had to go to court against my ex-husband, it was very tense at the time. We were not okay. We were at the absolute worst. I was getting a restraining order against him because he was harassing me like crazy, and he was in a really dark place and I was in a really scared place. You know, it was just really bad news bears. So I was up against a man who was literally trying to take my son and run away to Georgia, okay? So that I would have to fight custody across state lines and shit. And because we were legally married, there was no custody arrangement. He could have done that, and he was like planning it and stuff. So I was up against a lot of really scary shit. His father called me and offered me $10,000 to sign over my parental rights. He tried to buy my child from me. Anyway, he had a lawyer. He had a $5,000 like lawyer. I had nobody. It was just me by myself, and that's it. We had come to an agreement at one point, and we were going to just sign the paperwork, so I didn't bring any evidence with me because the court hearing was just to sign papers. And Josh changed his mind and decided, no, he wants to go to trial. And I almost got railroaded into trial with no evidence or anything. But it was really crazy because the court I was just getting blown over. Like, I'm by myself. I can't speak up. You know, I'm just like, I don't know what to do. And before you know it, it's over, you know? And so coincidentally, maybe not really, the judge like dropped some papers, or the clerk dropped papers while they were handing to each other, like stuff. And when that happened, it made the judge take an extra look at the paper she was reading. And she just like took an extra look at the paper, you know, whatever. And she realized like, hey, wait a minute, I need to give this woman a moment to speak. So then she gave me a chance to speak because of whatever she saw on the paper, because she dropped it on the floor. And I was able to say, I came here today with the understanding that we were just signing paperwork. Me and this lawyer came to an agreement to sign a perfectly fair 50-50 resolution. All I want is to be left alone. That's literally all I'm asking for, is for him not to harass me. That's it. I don't want to take his son from him. I don't want anything like this. I don't want to fight. I just don't want to be texted 1,000 times a day and called names. I just don't want that. And so anyway, because of all that, whatever happened, that's not what I told her, but I was a little bit more concise. I'm just kind of explaining to you where I was also. But because of that paper dropping, the judge stopped him reading that paper and she gave me a chance to speak, which I wasn't going to have a chance to speak. And I was about to just get railroaded in this court system. If that had happened, we would not be here, right? Like, nothing would be the same. Elliot would be in Georgia right now. And I probably would be dead, honestly, if he had gotten away with that. Because I would never have been able to get Elliot back at that point. I don't have the money to go fighting in Georgia. I'm in Oregon. My father-in-law is rich. So it's me alone, just a fucking mom living in her van up against a super mega wealthy person who thinks that I'm the devil because of what his son told him. But anyways, so after I tattooed what she told me to tattoo on my forehead, and then I had tangible results in my life. That's not the only instance. That just happened like it was so close after I got the tattoo. I literally still had that plastic or whatever, and it was still kind of like, you know, oozy feeling. I literally went to court with the plastic on my forehead still. Like, that's how it was, you know. But I've noticed a lot of things that have changed in my life ever since I've tattooed this on my forehead. And because I was so grateful to whomever that fucking was, I was going to tattoo her on my back. So she's always got my back, you know? She's watching out for me when I'm not. And there's, I don't know. So I got the line work done, and then the people who did the line work, who were going to do the tattoo, decided they didn't want to get dreadlock work anymore. She was going to do her dreads herself. So then I only have the line work on my back. Dude, it's such a fucking nightmare, that custody stuff. It really is. I'm very grateful, and I feel very blessed that Josh and I made it past that time and got back to a place where, like, we still technically have a restraining order. Like, we have a permanent, it's called something else, but it's like an order of the court where, like, we aren't supposed to be, like, in the same room and stuff like obviously it's not like it's complaint based. Like, if we're come to an agreement to be in a good relationship with one another, then there's no reason, it's, you know, whatever. No one's going to do anything about it. The attorney told us that too. He told us, like, he's like, this isn't something that's going to last in perpetuity, in the sense that, like, if you guys are getting along and you're having a good relationship, this is irrelevant. If things are bad, then you can utilize this to keep you, you know, protected. But we have come to a place where we just get along so fucking good. And, you know, we're literally, it's like actual healing is starting to happen here recently. Like, I'm really proud of my ex-husband. Like, the amount of growth that he has done in the last 5 years. I really wish he had quit drinking. Honestly, the drinking is really what it prevents me from ever getting back together with Josh. Is I can't deal with the drinking. I don't like it when someone is kind of like pissy all day, and then they have a drink, and now they're like loosey-goosey. You've been a jerk all day long, and now just because you've had a couple beers, you think that, like, no. You need to stop being a jerk all day and using beer to make you who you truly are. You are an awesome person. People are allowed to be grumpy, you know? You can't hate someone because they have a grumpy personality. Remember, like, back in the day, we used to, like, all used to know, you know, like that grumpy old man who, like, runs the convenience store. You know, he's got a good heart, would care for people if they need it, but isn't just friendly. People are allowed to not be friendly, you know? Not today, at least. Sheesh. You're not allowed to have, you know, not be friendly. You know, be grumpy. You're not allowed to be grumpy anymore. Lachlan. Yeah, Gavin, that's like the most important thing. You know what I did? So we were like, it was obviously really bad to the point where we could barely speak to each other. We needed a court to intervene, right? So we went from there to being best friends again. And I swear it was because of this visualization that I did the entire time. I never want to fight with anybody. I put in the extra work. I go above and beyond to try to help them understand where I'm coming from, so they don't just think that I'm making choices to hurt them in some way. You know, like, I want you to see, like, this is why I'm making this choice. It's got nothing to do with being vindictive or trying to hurt you in any way. I'm making a choice because, look, these are the best options here of all the choices to make. This is the best one, you know? The visualization that I used and that I would just keep in my mind's eye was, I pictured like a kid's sporting event, t-ball, you know, let's say t-ball or something, baseball. And there's like the chain link fence and the kids are on the other side of the chain link fence doing their sports, right? So what I visualized was me, Josh, my partner, and his partner. And we were all standing there with like Elliot. We were all there for Elliot. He has 2 additional people who care about him, and we're all there united for Elliot. That's what I visualized in my mind. All I can see in the visualization is my back, Josh's back, my partner, his partner, and then, you know, a fence, and we're looking over the fence and we're in support of Elliot. We're all there for him. And that is the visualization I kept in my mind through all of his crazy texting and all the court case stuff. And it really made a difference for me to visualize that, because when he would say shit that would otherwise trigger me into a reaction, I would remember, this is about conflict resolution, Heather, and if you give him it back, there's no resolution. What you can do is explain to him and show him how, you know, kind of turn it on its head a little bit, if anything, or ignore it. Just ignore it. Just don't pay attention to the stuff that is a dig at you. Reply to everything else, and eventually he will get tired of making little digs at you because he doesn't get the reaction out of you that he wanted. And that's 100% what happened. Like, I just kept visualizing conflict resolution where this is for Elliot. This is all about Elliot. And also, another thing is, I didn't just say things with, you know, whatever, or I didn't only choose to not react to certain things. And I showed him that everything I was doing was in the best interests of my son. Like, I just showed him. Like, I didn't just say, like, well, I'm doing this for Elliot's best interest. I physically showed him that I'm willing to put my happiness and, you know, security and safety, whatever, on the line to ensure his. It may, you know, and I will say this one great thing about Josh. Even from the time of me being pregnant and giving birth, I remember this so vividly. It was like, I can't remember if I was still pregnant or if I just had Elliot, but Elliot was like, it was right around Elliot's birth. And there was something that I had to discuss with Josh. I think it might have been circumcision or something. It was something like that. And Josh just said to me, he was like, well, you know, I mean, honestly, you carried him in your body. There's a bond between mother and child that, you know, it's mother really knows best, especially at this age. And I was just like, all right, okay, I can work with that. I can work with that. Yeah, self-control is hard. It's really hard, Caitlin. It's really hard. But honestly, if you think about all the things that is happening in society right now, the like, oh, you can't say this or it will offend people. So what? People need to stop being so offended by stuff. It's not my responsibility to walk on eggshells on the off chance someone might be offended. You know? That's not, you have to, as a human being, gain control over yourself so that things that literally do not apply to you don't bother you. If it doesn't mean anything, it doesn't change anything, if it doesn't matter, just be like, yeah, whatever. You don't ever have to see that person ever again. Really. Like, why are you going to sit there and argue with them over something that doesn't actually matter or make any difference in your life? You're just getting yourself all worked up over nothing. So, you know, we have to be working on ourselves and ensuring that our reactions are the reactions we choose. You know? Granted, you know, I'm not perfect. You can go back to November or February on my YouTube and see me acting like an absolute lunatic, screaming and fucking yelling at my kid and all this shit. So obviously, like, the goal is to just always work towards that, right? That's the like the shining light. But you're gonna be a human being. I have ADHD and autism. I can't fucking help that. I can help the symptoms by increasing my folic acid and trying to, because you know, people with autism apparently have been shown to have a folate deficiency. So I could help my situation a little bit better, but ultimately when it really comes down to it, there are things I can't help. I get overwhelmed and I have meltdowns sometimes when I am just, there's too much pressure on me, there's too many things happening at once, and I'm the one that's expected to do it all. That shit sends me. It sends me. You should not try to eat that one, Orly. That's not a fly. That's a wasp. Now we're both trying to get it. Dude, Caitlin, you know my motto. My motto is lean into the cringe. You just have to sometimes, it's like, okay, so when you're in labor, instinctively, you go like, you want to go like this and try to get away from the pain, you know? That's just going to cause you more pain. You have to go, you have to get into the pain. You have to sink into the discomfort. You have to face it, and you have to go willingly into it. And when you go willingly into it, then you know what? It's actually not that bad. You lean into the cringe. It doesn't, like, if there are things about someone you try to like deny, you know, you put your little blinders on and try to like, no, you know, you need to find those things. You need to explore those parts of you that are like hidden, and like find out why you do those things. Is it because of like someone abusing you? Is it because you just saw someone doing it? Or is it because, you know, it's ingrained in you? Is it a part of you naturally? Is it something bad actually? Or is it just something you're beating yourself up over? You don't have to. For me, mine is that I've been called turnaround. My grandmother, okay, they called her Turnaround Mary. I inherited, when she died, I inherited the nickname, and they call me Turnaround Heather. I cannot help that I miss my turn, but I do. Like, I'll be looking at the GPS, and for whatever reason, my brain thinks that the road that I have to turn on is the next block up. So I do it every time. So I spent years getting very frustrated. I would get in arguments with my husband, you know, like I'd be like mad and just irritable, and it would be like that thing that caused me to spiral. If I just kept missing my turn and doing this, and, you know, like those things that trigger you into that spiral, those are the things that you need to figure out, you know, like why am I so upset by this? Is this something I can even change? Is it worth it? Is the effort worth the reward? Or is it something that I could just be like, you know what, it's really not that big of a deal. I'll just go leave 5 seconds fucking early. You know? I also started telling myself that probably I missed my turn like that because God does not want me in that flow of traffic. And by missing my turn, I've kind of like, you know, when you're trying to walk with someone and you have to like hop to get the right step, to like line up step with them. So I just have to like, you know, boop, boop, just take a hop to get back in alignment. It's Father's Day this year. Elliot's birthday is on Father's Day. So, you know, he should spend it with his dad. He also spent his last 2 birthdays with me, so Josh did not get to see Elliot at all on his birthday the last 2 years. And that's not right. That's not right. I mean, if you don't want to continue to do things that have caused you problems, you know, every day is a chance to start and not do those things. So if you don't want to be seen or know yourself as a person who does these things, you start right now not doing those things moving forward. And as long as you're moving forward, it doesn't matter what you've done, within reason, obviously. You know, we're not talking about things where you've killed someone or something. You know, if you've killed someone, you should pay for your crimes. But if you've acted a certain way in the past, you can choose any moment to not act that way anymore. If you continue to live in the past and beat yourself up, you're never going to actually be able to move forward with that change. So when you've decided, okay, that's it, I'm not going to be like this anymore, I'm not going to do this anymore, and I'm moving forward now, you're going to make mistakes along the way. As long as you're still, like, if you know, your stock, as long as your stock portfolio is still on the rise, ultimately it doesn't matter if it goes down and goes up and goes down and goes up if it's on an upward trajectory overall, you know? So you can't worry about your past. You cannot sit and, like, if you think about it, depression is fixating on what has already happened. And anxiety is fixating on what has not happened yet. So if you could just be right here, right now, and just right here, right now, I'm making the right choice right now, I'm doing the right thing right now. What I've done in the past, I can't worry about that right now. I'm choosing now to do something different. I have to look forward. And you just forget, like, you just forgive yourself. If you want to spend time being depressed, you can beat yourself up over shit you did. Or you can start making changes and live your life as a changed person. And then, as a changed person, as time goes by, you'll be able to, like, if it's meant to be with a certain person, like, have any kind of dynamic or relationship, if they're meant to be in your life, they will be. They'll either pick up on the change, they'll notice your change in social media, and they'll start reaching out to you, or after time goes, a significant amount of time goes by of you living as a changed person, you can reach out to people and be like, hey, I've been living my life XYZ for XYZ amount of time, and it's been on my mind and on my heart to reach out to you all this time, but I didn't feel like it was right until enough time had transpired that I felt like I was past all that for real. And I finally reached a place where I can trust myself to no longer behave in that way. So I felt like it was in my best interest, and you don't have to respond in any way, shape, or form. I'm not expecting your forgiveness or you to come back in my life. I just want you to know I acknowledge what I did, and I genuinely apologize for that. And I have not been making choices like that for some amount of time now. And I can just give you my word that I will not treat someone else in the way that I treated you moving forward in my life. Problem solved. Well, Jesus can forgive you for murder so that you can enter the gates of heaven, but here on earth, it just isn't cool. So punishment, the reason that we have punishment for murder, it's not necessarily because murder in and of itself is morally wrong. It's to just really truly encourage people to not do it. That's really it. I mean, animals kill each other all the time. We don't go and mess around in their lives and take them to jail. You know, it's just like, wow, they had a fucking battle for resources. You know, animals don't go to jail for murdering one another, but we do. I definitely don't believe in murder. I would never be able to do it. I can't even harvest my own chickens that need to be harvested, because killing something just isn't in my fucking cards. But, you know, there's, you know, it's a nuanced situation. But then again, it's really not. So, we just aren't going to do it. I told you that. Well, Caitlin, I am here to remind you. Right, but Tiffany, we also put people in jail for accidental murdering people, you know? I just think that, like, you know, you got to realize that murder is not an inherent human concept, is really ultimately what I'm kind of trying to get at. Like, I definitely think that if you kill someone, you should be punished for that. As a mother, like, I couldn't imagine, because anyone who dies is ultimately someone's son. It's someone's brother, someone's sister, you know. So I can always put myself in someone else's shoes. So I honestly have a little bit of an issue with, what is it called? Corporal punishment or whatever. The death penalty. I kind of have issues with that too. I think that the death penalty should be abolished. Not because I don't believe that criminals don't deserve punishment, but because I believe that spending a life in prison is a lot more of a punishment than being able to just escape accountability. So, I don't know about you, but there's a reason about why Chad Daybell asked for the death penalty. Because he doesn't want to go to prison for the rest of his life. He wants to go and die. Get out easy. But yeah, what I mean ultimately is like that murder isn't just an inherently human concept. Like, chimpanzees absolutely do murder each other with the intent to murder them. And they intend it. Like, 100%. It is intentional, straight up murder. But, you know, it's just that it's a, you know, it's a dog eat dog. It's, nature is fucking scary, man. Damn, nature, you scary. I don't think I let that get hot enough. Whoops. So mad I lost my vape, dude. What are you eating? What is that? Oh, dog. Oh, bad Orly. No. Nuh-uh. 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 Sir, no. No, sir. He likes makeup sponges. Move. Come on, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Go. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Move. I need to clean that spot up, damn it. Move. Come on. Thank you. You little shit. Oh my fucking god, my makeup. Oh my god. Oh, Orly. Oh. He was in my makeup box. Oh, Orly. Dog? You're lucky that you didn't get in that pill bottle. You could be dead right now. You bad dog. You bad boy. You're such a bad boy. I still can't believe that my vape is gone. I keep thinking if I just like look in the same place like every 5 seconds, it's just gonna appear. You, sir, what are you doing? What are you doing? Oh yeah, you are. You're so cute. Yes, you are. This little shit. Who, me? Who, me? Oh, Cody, no. Oh, no. Yeah, no, we would definitely have political or a prison reform. See, prison right now is privatized, but is subsidized by the government and is in cahoots with the recording industry in order to create, you know, the hand in hand, the rap industry and the prison system. Anyways, the way to make it work is those same people who are in prison, they have to do like work. They have to, but the work that they do is not printing fucking license plates and making shit that to be sold for like capital gain. The shit that they need to be doing is they need to be maintaining the prison, building things, taking things down, gardening. They need to have like a little, you know, a little place that they can have their basic needs met, but they need to be working like 10-hour days on and for $0. They shouldn't be paid for their work. The work that they do is so that they can have a roof over their head, 3 meals a day, and they can have recreational time. If you want to work like 20 hours a week, you don't get to have recreational time. If you work 40 hours a week, you get to have recreational time. You know, there's a whole vast way of doing it. And here's the thing about jail. They don't, and like when you're in jail, they don't like make you get out of bed and like do the things. You can refuse and just like lay in bed all day, but they shouldn't let you do that. It should be more like a military base where they are in a boot camp situation. They should be treated like prisoners. They're not there to have a fun time. They're not there to be recreational. And if you have like fucking 400 or 500, 1,000 men, why do they need to hire anybody for any reason whatsoever except for medical? You know what I mean? Like anything that needs to be done around the prison can be done by the inmates. And they shouldn't be allowed to like, just because you have human rights, right. You have human rights. You definitely deserve to have nutrient-dense meals. Not ridiculous, like temperate. You shouldn't be forced to survive extreme heat or extreme cold. Like, your basic need, you have access to a shower and clean linens. Those things should be absolute, but it doesn't have to be camp. It should be miserable. You should have people in prison coming out of prison and telling people like, oh my God, dude, no, you don't want to go there, dude. That was the worst shit I've ever had to go through in my life. Can you imagine waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning and you have to make your bed, but you can't get back in it? You have to stand there for 30 minutes while they do. You can't lay back down. You can't do nothing until they finished head count. You literally have to stand there in one place for 30 minutes. Then you have to do all this work before you can even go get your breakfast. You have to fucking do it. Yeah, dude, literally. Yes. There is a way to humanely punish people and make it so that it is not a fucking drain on society. But like, I also think that if the government, like if we could work as communities in tandem with our government, none of us would go hungry. There is plenty of land in every single area, in every community. There is enough space to have a garden. And I think that there should be a community garden that is operated by the people in the community and feeds the people in the community so that the people don't have to rely on grocery stores for basic things like produce, and they have to pay all these. Regenerative farming is the way to go. If you want to like a cutting edge in the future, regenerative farming is definitely the way to go. But anyways, if the government gives so let's say a community has, X amount of people, and we understand that it takes X amount of space to feed X amount of people, right? So then now the government, if they're going to be doing census checks on us, they might as well be using it for something good for once. So we find out how many people are in the community, we give enough space so that community can have a fucking garden. Now, that garden can be used for educational purposes for kids and young adults. It could be used for all kinds of really cool community programs. And the people who operate it do not work on a volunteer basis. Our government should pay community members a living wage. We should be given, it's like a budget. You're given an X amount for your community based on how many people there are and how many reasonable hours it's going to take per year of work to do that job, right? That for the paid people. You can have some people that volunteer and kids that work there for free too, so you can have more labor, but you need to be paying people a living wage so they have motivation to go to work every day and do the shit and make the community garden actually happen. When it's all volunteer based, you're just operating on kindness and donations. So if it is subsidized by the government, then guess what? Now every community has fresh produce for free for everyone in the community. If you live in the community, you can get food for free. Everybody gets, when we do harvest, everybody gets a bag. You know, like, it just makes sense. Yeah, I know, and I know all about it. I know all about the prison system. I have some firsthand knowledge. Prison is a lot more lax than jail is. In jail, you don't have nearly as much freedom as you have in prison. In prison, you can kind of move around as you know, anywhere that is in the, like, your doors, you can move around. You're not stuck in your little zone. So, a lot of people in jail asked for prison time. They didn't want to do their year in the county jail. They wanted to do their year in the prison so they could have more freedom to move around, more recreation. But we need to put a stop to that. Yeah, you really should. I don't know how it works over there, but you said crown land, so I'm assuming you mean that you're in England or something, or the British Isles. But in the United States, they have BLM land, and you can, they take BLM land and then they privatize it. So there are companies like Wilco Land LLC, which is my favorite company on the West Coast. I've used them personally. They have a 90-day money-back guarantee. If you find a piece of property you like, you put a down payment on it, you move there, you live there for 2 months, you realize you don't want it, you call them and you say you don't want it, they give you your money back. And they're legit. I've done it, so I know. Anyway, I've been recommending them for like 4 years to anyone who talks about land, because the land that they have, they literally have land as cheap as like $10,000 all the way up to, you know, millions of dollars. There is something for literally everybody there. And the really cool part about Wilco Land LLC and companies like them, you have to be mindful, because this could be, you could enter into some scam territory. So I like Wilco because I know they're 100% legit. And I have a really good, you know, like, I know that they're legit. I've recommended them to a lot of people. I know a lot of people who've bought land from them at this point. So I know that they're legit. But there are companies that do this same thing in other areas. Like, this is Oregon. This is like the Pacific Northwest and Idaho kind of region that he covers. But there are other companies that do things in like Michigan, Minnesota, anywhere there's BLM land, you're going to find companies that will be selling it privately. But the cool thing about Wilco is that you do not need to have a stellar credit score in order to buy property. All you need is to prove that you have a monthly income. Do you have an income? Can you pay for your can you pay your lease term? Yes? Okay, great. The property's yours. And that's it. I'm not even kidding. You pay 10% down payment, and then you have 60 months that you pay the rest of it off. And you can get property for $10,000. So for $1,000 down and like $150 a month, you know what I mean? Like, you could find property. Yeah, psycho. That's true. But anyway, so Wilco Land LLC, You can buy land. You do not need to have a high credit score. You just need to have the down payment and proof that you have a job, and that's it. The thing is that it's a win-win for them. If you pay it off, they get their money. If you don't pay it off, they remove you from the property, they take the property back, and they still get your money, you know? So it's like a win-win for them if you don't pay. There's like no risk for them. So I highly recommend that you guys check them out if you're interested at all in purchasing land.
It's Pride Month. Do you know what that means? Here at Lockheed Raytheon, we are locked and loaded to serve in every color of the rainbow. Whether it's our classic Leather Daddy surface-to-air missile systems, lipstick lesbian F-69 fighter jets, or our new Stonewall drones, operated entirely by a staff of bisexual, non-binary pilots from our secret underground bunker in the Castro district of San Francisco, the good gays over at Lockheed Raytheon have you covered from head to toe with the fiercest arms in all of NATO. Our clients will rest assured knowing that their homes were destroyed by ethically sourced, non-GMO munitions, each with their own uniquely assigned set of neo-pronouns. But before we can bring rainbow freedom to underserved communities far away, it all starts with a dream. This is SOC. They're our Portland-based Vice President of Research and Development.
Thank you, Jojo. At Lockheed Raytheon, every June, we are proud to show off what real American progress looks like. That's why I'm excited to announce our new laser-guided tactical glitter bombs. Before hitting their target, they play an eclectic selection of queer hits like Born This Way by Lady Gaga and Girls Like Girls by Haley Kiyoko, unleashing a storm of rainbow fury on any unsuspecting terrorists. At Lockheed Raytheon, our products put the sleigh in Slay Queen, but you have to act fast, because these deals are only available during the month of June. Don't miss out.
Yeah, Slay Queen, as those glitter bombs directly put microplastic in your balls. Welcome back, beautiful and amazing human beings. My name is Luke Radowski here of WeAreChange.org, and there's a lot of crazy, wild, insane news
Nailed it, Hera.
to get into today, as of course the situation is not all right and is going to be worsening from here, as domestically there's some very curious, interesting talks of arrests. Will Alvin Braggs and Dr. Fauci end up in the pin? Well, that's a serious conversation right now, as in Ukraine. They are asking for more munitions, more ways to strike Russia inside of their own country, which
are they seriously trying to stop people from saying, hey guys? Is that like the new like censorship? I think I don't invest, but because I fucking missed the train, Goon Blin. I missed the train, okay? But I would have had I, yes, I definitely, yes. But I don't buy any of those things that the people that comment on any of Roaring Kitty's, no, I don't have money to invest. Like, I literally have $0. I don't have even like dollars in my account that like, oh, I could put it here. Like, I have nothing. So like, I've missed the train. I don't have a single dollar to put anywhere else, you know? So if I had dollars, I would reallocate them and figure it out and put them in invest a little bit. But at this point, it's just, yeah, I can't. So, I need gas in my generator more than I can afford to like try to get rich, unfortunately, in the stock market. But that being said, I definitely follow. I don't believe in the weird extra shit that Roaring Kitty does. I don't recommend you sign up for any of the crypto stuff that they're advertising, because it's really creepy, scary, like scammy looking. Giving them access to your entire crypto portfolio, no thank you. Mine's at 0, so it really doesn't matter. But I think I have like a quarter of any. Like, no, I have like $9 worth of Ethereum, so like nothing. But I have been following, like, they said they were going to AMC and they were going to do something called BBBY. So if you look up BBBY, that might be the next golden goose. Wolf. Dude, so you have seen what's going on in Ukraine, right? How they are literally kidnapping, like, almost grandpas, like, off the street. like literally snatching, like their families are starting to fight back. I saw a video the other day of the mom, like his wife and the children and everybody were like trying to free this man from literally being grabbed and thrown into a fucking van. That's right. We need to stay out of foreign affairs. It's none of our business. We need to have conflict resolution and, you know, resource sharing. But this hatred, like, it's just, they're all just people. You know? Let me see what this video says.
It's too by saying this essentially means a global world war, as they have just made a very big declarative statement for the first time, which has some grander implications here. We're going to be talking about that, plus all the latest news happening right now here on this independent media broadcast. If you like the shirt that I'm wearing, you can get it on thebestpoliticalshirts.com. And since Atlas is good, I want to re-incentivize that larger behavior instead of the emotional, manipulative behavior that she was going through before. You're such a good job here. Every new subscriber, Atlas gets a new treat. Subscribe right now. As of course, the clip that we played at the beginning of this broadcast was done by, I believe, City by Diana. And I believe it was her that created this happy pride from the good gays over at Lockheed Martin. Brilliant, funny, satirical, AI-generated work that is top-notch. So shouts out to her. She definitely earned a follow. You guys should go follow her as well. Incredible, good stuff that we clearly need a lot more of, since our dystopian military-industrial complex controlled
My
future
dog's hot.
is dominated by some of the worst individuals in all this earth, and at least we get to laugh at them. So shout out to Diana. As now major news headlines literally run like they were Babylon Bee headlines just a few years ago, as today we're finding out that a dead man running in a congressional race just won his election. Yes, you heard that correctly. A congressman that had a fatal heart attack in April just won re-election in the state of New Jersey. As this Tuesday, Representative Donald Payne Jr. won a primary in New Jersey's 10th congressional district, as another not-so-alive man
How is that
now
even
being
possible?
heavily criticized by his own corporate media that initially put him in the seat of power that he is in right now, as the Wall Street Journal has a very interesting article that literally reads, "Behind closed doors, Biden shows signs of slipping." Yes, you heard
Yeah,
that.
Hera.
Going into great detail, confirming, as Edward Snowden put it as politely as possible, that Biden's
I
apparent
will.
decline is real and serious. And of course it is. The
Here?
guy could barely walk upstairs. He could barely
Is it
make
here or on
coherent
Twitter?
sentences, and still he is the lead favorite from the Democratic political party to become the next president of the United States. Are you kidding me? As this media article is extremely telling, as it highlights a larger shift in our political discourse from the corporate media that is moving away from the person that they put into
For real, guys,
office.
I don't
This
want to
is the Biden
I don't want to forget.
administration has been ever so
Tomorrow.
aggressively using legal lawfare against their political opponents, something that now many Democrats fear that Trump will be responding to and potentially answering back with his own legal lawfare when he becomes the next president of the United States. As The Hill has a very interesting article that reads, "Democrats fear Trump verdict fervor could lead to violence after the election." As in my kind of calculations, that's not really probable here, as the Biden's administration's own TikTok account,
I'm sure there is, they do. You got to realize the people who don't want Trump to win, if Trump does win, yeah, they're probably going to cause violence, because the left tends to do lots of violent stuff, you know, in the name of inclusion.
of context
Accept
for
me!
any other video
I'll
with
kill
it.
you!
Released a 1-minute clip from Tim Pool's
Okay.
podcast where he's talking about the possibility of Donald Trump using the same kind of legal lawfare tactics as the Democrats, something that the Democrats wanted to highlight with a caption on this video that reads, "Trump operatives say Project 2025 plan will imprison those who don't support Trump." And again, that's not what was said here. That's not what was alluded here. As of course, Tim Pool later clarified and said everything should be done within the legal matters and means just the same way like the Democratic Party is doing, something that of course scares the Democratic Party.
Yeah, right,
And when
exactly.
Donald
So
Trump wins, we've got
when Trump becomes president, any of the people who absolutely, through the last 10 years, did things that would warrant them being investigated and arrested for that, it should happen. It should happen. Republicans, Democrats, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Anyone who did something against the best interest of the people for their own personal gain should be held accountable for that. Political office is not supposed to make you wealthy. You're supposed to do political office as an obligation to your community. That's what politics are supposed to be. People aren't, that's why the income for the president is capped at like $200,000. It's because it's supposed to be a fucking, it's like a selfless thing you're doing. It's not supposed to be something you do so that you can become a millionaire in the stock market. And by lobbying. It's so fucking ridiculous. But, right, exactly, Hera. We all ultimately, in theory, want the same things, you know? We all want, ideally, everyone else's needs to be met, our basic needs, so that we can therefore be our best selves. Right now, no one's best interests at heart, and no one's needs are being taken care of. You know, the government isn't even supposed, the government's not supposed to tell us what to do at all. You know, the government's purpose, sole purpose of the federal government was just for cohesion between states. It's just so that, like, there's a central point, so communication is all in the same, you know, we're all on the same page as states. Everybody has, they do their thing, and, you know, states do things differently. That's great. Each state has their own way of doing things, and they have made laws that suit their needs in their region because of, like, not only just the people that live there, but the terrain they live in is going to affect the type of ways that people behave, you know? And so what's good for someone in a rough terrain in the backwoods of Washington isn't necessarily good for someone in the middle of New York City. Shouldn't have the same laws. We shouldn't have the same exact regulations. It needs to be different because we have completely different lifestyles and completely different needs and completely different everything. So for the federal government to say, oh, well, it's a blanket, you know, no, that's absolute bullshit. It's supposed to be on a state-by-state basis, and we make our own laws and choose what we want based on what the people there want, and then the federal government makes sure everything runs smoothly and that we're all, you know, on the same page. It's absolutely ludicrous what's going on. I mean, I do like the capitalist. I am, to a degree, a capitalist. I don't believe in communism. I believe that if the problem is the monopolies. The problem is homogenization. That's where you get into, like, this is not good anymore for anybody. There should be no limit to the amount of money that you can make doing your job. But, you know, that shouldn't be you're making the most money because you're delivering a super cheaply made product in mass quantities. It should be, the reason you become wealthy should be because you provide the best service, because you provide the best product, and because of the fact that you have tangible quality, you should be paid for that. The way things are now, the prices are set by them. They set the market. It doesn't matter how much we want or need something. They're the ones that set the prices. It's the monopoly and the like the uniformity. Like, I don't care, dude, honestly, if I went to a restaurant that had the same name in Florida, I don't really care if it tastes a little bit different in Washington. I don't think that it should be exactly the same. It'd be weird. It's weird that it's exactly the same. That means that someone in one place is making all the ingredients and then shipping it all over the place. Like, now you need all these preservatives and all this stuff. If we could go back to local produce, we wouldn't have this appeal problem. If we could go back to, like, farmers that rot and waste. So I gotta catch up again. Right, exactly, Hera. It's like 50 separate countries, and the government is like the glue holding it all together and making sure that we're all in harmony with one another. But ultimately, the laws of the land are it should be state by state. That's what it's supposed to be. And the government has, so it's it's the tyrannical tiptoe. They just take away little things at a time where you just seemingly it's unnoticeable. And next thing you look around and you're like, wait a minute, oh my God. When they did, so you got like, we're not even born when the Patriot Act was done. They literally only know life under the Patriot Act. So it is completely normal to them. They don't see anything wrong with the government having the ability to literally and the right to spy on you at all times. It's a joke. Oh, the FBI man in my phone. That is a gross violation of privacy. You have a right to privacy as an American citizen. You guys realize that the only reason that they were able to get away with that was because of the threat of terrorism. And the threat of terrorism is literally Israel faking terrorism. You understand that, right? Because that's it. This is it. There are actual, like, Hamas and shit, like, since Afghanistan and everything and all that, like, that was a fucking, they made people who weren't terrorists by terrorizing them every day of their lives for 5 years. You finally have adults who are like, I'm going to do something about this. And they're using the tactics that have been used against them. So you've literally created an entire generation of people who are willing to commit atrocities in this because it's what they know to be there. That's their reality. They've seen it. Like for us, it's like, oh, that could never happen. It's their reality. It's happening to them. And so people get fed up eventually and want to start fighting back, especially a kid whose parents got killed or lost someone important, then grows up with a vendetta. Come on now. Jessica, I think I am both. I think borderline genius, definitely nuts. We just gotta, like, when someone shows you who they are, you gotta believe them. You know? Like, we can see for ourselves all of the things that prove what's going on in actuality. It is very easy to see, but we like these sweet lies that are told to us. It's kind of like when you have a suspicion that your partner is cheating on you, so you grill them about it over and 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 over again. Well, why do you keep grilling them about it? If you believe them, if they weren't cheating on you, they told you they weren't cheating on you, you should have believed them right then and there. But something's telling you in your heart that their words aren't true. So you keep grilling them? Like, believe, like, if they show you who they are, don't just keep going over and round with words. Believe who they show you to be, you know? I just said that really bad, but you understand where I'm going, I hope. I was literally just about to say the same thing, Goonblin. I was about to say the same thing. I personally do not like I couldn't see myself believing in Mormonism on its face, right? But I will tell you this, and I mean this like genuine Mormon. I'm not talking about the LDS people, the like radicalized that are murdering their children because they've got the devil in them. I'm talking about just regular old Mormon people who are just, you know, I gotta tell you, dude, there's just some of the like calmest people I've ever met in my life that can not react to a lot of fucking shit coming at them. I don't know. I honestly would marry a Mormon man. I would marry a Mormon man. Even if we didn't, I think that we align enough on just core values that the fact that like they practice a different religion in general just wouldn't bother me at all. It wouldn't bother me at all as long as our core values are the same, you know? Like, but if like, I don't care. That kind of shit just doesn't bother me. Like I could be with someone who has different political beliefs as me, maybe, if our core values were the same. But if our core values were the same, then they would have the logic and they'd be able to see what I see, so. But yeah, it's kind of like AA, okay? AA, Alcoholic Anonymous or whatever. I don't like AA. I actually don't really believe in it on its, like, I don't believe in it. However, I do recognize that there have been a lot of people who have utilized that system in order to change their lives, and because of what it has done for those people, I say it's a net positive, you know? I wouldn't do it myself, but if you're the kind of person that needs that kind of type of, you know, that type of foundation, more power to you. More power to you. I'm happy that you found anything that helps you not be self-destructive. Right, Samantha, that's the thing, is like, I don't drink and I don't smoke. I mean, I do the vape thing, but again, it's not smoke, so it doesn't stink. None of the like stuff I do stinks, so I could totally I don't like the smell of smoke. I don't want to be around a smoker. I don't want to be around alcohol. I don't want to be around drugs. I don't like smoking weed. I do it because I have no choice. Hey, how was it? How was it? Post some videos in the Discord. I gotta go pee. I'll be right back. I'm so mad that I lost my fucking green medicine thing. I can't believe that I lost my vape cart. Like, where in the fuck could it have gone? What could I have done with it? It doesn't make a single lick of sense. Things don't just disappear. They don't just disappear. They get put somewhere, they fall somewhere, they get misplaced, but they don't just disappear. Aww. You're gonna send videos, right? So I don't smoke weed because I want to get stoned. I don't like getting stoned. I absolutely hate being stoned, to be quite honest. Morning smoking in the morning is like, I don't like it. But I try to do it as early as possible so that way I can get rid of that feeling and just like not have to experience that again through the day. I don't like wake and bakes. I don't like it. Being stoned doesn't feel good to me. It makes me uncomfortable. However, cannabis is the only thing that makes my stomach feel better. It is. I've been going through these stomach issues for years and years and years and years. And I've only recently started smoking cannabis again. I had quit for like probably 7 years. Well, maybe even longer than that. I quit right when I got pregnant with Elliot because everything weed made me sick to my stomach. And 9 years ago, vape carts weren't as popular. You could do dabs, kind of. That was kind of making a splash in Florida a little bit, but not really. Like, I'm in Florida, it wasn't legal. So there was no like dabs or vape carts or anything like that in Florida. It was just smoke weed or that's it. Or eat brownies or something. So I just quit smoking weed. And then when Elliot was like 4, when we traveled across the country, when we got to Colorado, I tried dabs for the first time in 2018. So that was like when I started to dabble. But then I quit right before I left Josh in 2019. I quit again. So I only smoked weed maybe off and on for like maybe 2 or 3 months. And then I quit again. And I didn't start smoking weed until 2022, 2021 maybe. So I've really not been a very, like, I I liked weed as a teenager and a young adult. Like I was like a total stoner. I don't think the only time I would go without smoking was like when I went to jail. But I didn't go to jail for the first time until I was 25, and so that was like the first and only time I ever quit smoking weed, when I was 25. But that was a total burnout. But I just didn't like it anymore. It just wasn't fun. I was just doing it because I thought that's what you did. I thought you called people and you're like, hey, you want to smoke a joint? Or hey, you want to smoke a bowl? Or hey, you want to hang out and smoke some weed? That's why it kind of grosses me out when people do that now, honestly, is because like I realize like, why would I want to go like to all the trouble of hanging out with someone just to sit and smoke weed with them? Why would I ever want to do that? That's like the most like anti, what's the word I'm looking for? Not progressive, not passionate, not proposal. Why can't I remember this word? What word am I trying to say? Purpose? Not purposeful, but something like that. Proactive! No, is it proactive? I don't know. No, productive. It's productive. Why would I want to go smoke weed with someone when it is the most anti-productive thing that you could do with someone? If I'm going to go to the trouble of spending time with someone or have someone come to my house, I want to like do something. Let's like do leather crafting. Let's like hook up the water. Let's go to the creek. Let's go on a hike. Let's check out the swimming hole. Let's like watch the chickens. I mean, like, dude, you know, there's so many more things to do out in the world that don't involve going to someone's house and sitting on their couch and smoking weed. So like if a guy, so for example, this has helped me so much in my quest to not get mixed up in a relationship with someone that's not meant for me. I immediately do not even, I have a bar. I've set a bar for myself. And if a man approaches me online or otherwise and offers and wants to smoke weed with me, I immediately, that guy is off the list. It doesn't matter how cool they are or how like anything. If that's their priority and focus, we're not gonna vibe. We're just not at all. I don't like cannabis like that. I don't want to be around cannabis. I don't want to work. Like, everybody works in green medicine around here. Like, everybody either does trim work or like, it's in Florida, people got jobs at like Subway and McDonald's. Here, you get a job at the dispensary. You get a job as a trimmer, whatever, you know, like that's how it is here. I have never worked in cannabis, ever. I've trimmed weed one time in my whole life, and that was for her because she had harvest and it was getting moldy, and she had like pounds and pounds and pounds of stuff to like go through, and physically she couldn't do it herself, and so I spent like 4 days helping her do that for free. Yeah, so that's the thing, Psycho, is I do have serious issues. My gallbladder has been removed, and there are some other like health issues or stomach issues and stuff. But the only way that I can get through the day without taking pharmaceutical medication for my for nausea or whatever is if I continue to smoke weed. It's the only thing that makes it possible for me to eat food. I spent most of my life on the pudgier side, not ever, like I got heavy at one point. I was like 200 pounds at one point, but I was always around like 160. That's kind of like where I just like lived for the most part, is like right at 160. I'm 120 pounds now, and it happened when I got my gallbladder removed. I stopped being able to like eat food. Like everything made me sick to my stomach, everything. And so the only way that I have been able to make it so that I do not have that dizzy, queasy feeling all day is by smoking weed. The only reason that I use this thing is because it smells and tastes like coffee or like tobacco leaf, and it's like a palate cleanser. I have a really strong sense of smell, and there are a lot of bad smells, way more bad smells in the world than there are good smells. And because of because of my sense of smell and what goes on with that, I am always smelling something that's making me want to vomit. So I get these queasy, like if you smell too many nasty perfumes or something, like that kind of a headache. I have a headache, a queasy headache, and I feel like I want to vomit, and it won't go away until I actually vomit. But so most of the time I will just be prolonged misery all day long, and then maybe at the end of the day I'll finally vomit and I'll feel a little bit better. It's a nightmare. I do, Goonbin. I do. That's the only thing that works for me. It's the only thing that works for me. But so the problem is because my sense of smell is so strong, I cannot stand the smell of weed. Like a bowl, the smell of a bowl that has been used, I can smell it from across the room, and it makes me instantly have like a headache. I don't like the smell of resin. I don't like the smell of the smoke that emanates from it. It all just makes me sick to my stomach. I don't like it. I don't like it. So that's why I use the vape, because I don't like flower. Because it's not because I don't like flower, it's because I don't like smoke. I don't like smoke at all. Any kind of smoke. I don't like candle smoke. I don't like incense smoke. I don't like fire smoke. I don't like smoke. It makes me sick to my stomach. It gives me a really bad headache, and it makes me want to vomit. So that's really why I don't like physically smoke weed, you know, unless I have no other option. If I can't run out of my vape cart and I can't afford anything, or I lose it like today, then I have no option but to smoke actual weed. And I happen to have on a random a wild hair up my ass like 2 weeks ago, and I bought dabs. I haven't smoked dabs in like 3 years. But I figured, what the hell. I'm single because I like to be alone. There are plenty of people who have wanted to be in relationships with me along the way, but I just, because I don't really want to be around anybody. I'm very picky, and I have extremely strong boundaries for myself, and people play around too much, man. I'm not interested in like games and like subterfuge and like, you know, saying one thing but actually meaning something totally different. Like when someone says to you like, oh, I didn't mean that, I meant this. And like, I didn't mean to say that, I meant to say this. That's what I really meant. Like, just say what you really mean. I don't understand why that's so hard. Like, it should be pretty easy to just say exactly what you mean. But a lot of men, unfortunately my age, I'm just past the age too of like meeting someone to get married and have kids. I am already like basically a boomer in age. So because I'm older, my available like network of people to even date is small, and it's really super small because of all of the standards that I have like put in place. Like, I don't do alcoholics, I don't do people that smoke cigarettes, I don't do people that don't have good relationships with their families. Obviously that's nuanced or whatever. People that have dogs that are like not well behaved. There's just things, man. I'm trying to think of like the most recent like petty things that I've been nitpicky about, but you know, I don't want to, also, I don't want to meet a man on the internet. I absolutely refuse to meet a man on the internet. So if I'm going to end up in a relationship with someone, it has to be that I meet them in the real world doing real world stuff. And that's the only way that I will be that. So it helps a lot for me to like not get mixed up in situations where, because I mean, before, what I would do in this quest to find a partner, I would like accept things that I normally wouldn't but it usually happened after I slept with the person. So if I slept with them, then it's harder for me to just be like, okay, I just saw a super red flag and that I can't like gel with, and I'm gonna like not talk to this person anymore. It's very easy for me to do that when you don't sleep with them and versus when you do. I'm just not that person. I just don't want to. So it's just, I absolutely agree that the internet is a great meeting tool. Every single boyfriend, every friend, every person that I have had any interaction with at any point and I'm friends with or have any kind of relationship with, I have met online. 100%. Everyone in my life I've met online. I met her online. I met Gail online. The only person I did not meet online was Josh, who was my husband. And Craig, who was my boyfriend at one point too. But the thing that I've noticed is in the people that I meet in real life and end up in relationships with, those end up being really memorable and very valuable relationships in ways. So when you meet someone online, you've met, you've had conversations, there's already an expectation in your mind of kind of who this person is. And when you meet in person, it could easily just, you're not feeling it. You could have been literally like borderline ready to marry this person, but you meet them in person and then just like, I don't know what it is. It's just something about their energy. It just isn't there. So I've been on the internet. So I used to meet people in 1998 on the internet when I was like 13 years old. Okay. I was on this it was a messaging thing called ICQ. Anyway, I was on fucking ICQ, and then I was also in this message board called it was called The Palace. It was like a 3D chat room. It looked a lot like basically like what Roblox is and what like Minecraft is, kind of like that, but you didn't do anything. It was just like you were just a picture, and you could move your picture around the screen, and then you could have chat, and you could have private chat or whatever. It's called The Palace, and there was a Palace chat room for the show South Park, and so I went into South Park chat. And I would meet people there that were like my age, and then we would talk on ICQ. I literally still talk to two people to this very day that I met in that chat room, Brandon Fossen and Colin Christensen. Like I still talk to those guys, and we were like, you know, a little internet crew or whatever. I've met my boyfriend Albert at that time on the internet and ended up moving in with him in West Palm Beach, Florida. He was like 30 miles away from where I lived. It was, you know, I was already utilizing the internet to meet people since late 90s, early 2000s, all the 2000s, all the 2010s. You know, like I've met everyone, every single person who I've ever done dreadlocks on their hair, I've met them online. Like, I mean, I meet everybody online. The reason why I have set that standard for myself is because the next person I end up in a relationship with, it is going to be something sacred to me. I'm going to stay alone unless someone above and beyond shows up. Because I actually want to stay alone. Like, I'm making these ridiculous rules so strict because I literally want to be alone unless that person is out there. If that person shows up, okay, I might think about it. But I really do kind of just want to be alone. I like being alone. I like doing my own thing. I don't like someone coming in my house and messing with my shit and touching stuff and moving things around and then talking to my kid in a way I don't like, or talking to my dog in a way I don't like, or, you know, just I want to get back together with my ex-husband only I don't want an intimate relationship. I want to live on the same property with him, and we just are married. We have separate houses. We don't do anything with each other. We're co-parents, but that will give me the freedom, not have to have pressure to like have a man, because anything I need, my husband could provide those things as far as like getting shit done around the house and whatever. And you know, I pay the rent, I pay the mortgage, you know, he gets to live for free, and all he has to do is a couple of chores every now and again. I think it's a really beautiful arrangement. My longest relationship was we were together for 15, but we're still legally married, so 25. Yes, Diamond, you have to be very careful who you sleep with. But yeah, my husband and I met when we were 14 or 15, and like we were, you know, kind of together. I had other boyfriends and stuff, but like we were best friends, and then we were together, and then we were together. When we were 30, we decided to have a baby. So we were 15 years of relationship history, and then we decided to have Elliot. So we decided to have Elliot. I got pregnant that day, that literal day, and August 27th of 2014. And yeah, we're still technically, we separated, I think, in 2019. So however many years 2000 to 2019 is 19 years. We were together for 19 years. Kim, you know, it's kind of like that in a way too. I'm not gonna, like, Josh is not perfect. He's not a great partner for me in a lot of, you know, a lot of ways, but he's still my best friend. I still care about him more than anyone. You know, he's the father of my child. You know, he's my best friend. He's the one person who I have the absolute most history with on this planet. We've done like everything together for the first time, you know? And so, you know, there's a lot of history and a lot of nostalgia there. When I have met men in the past, I literally do measure them up to Josh. And then I also, you know, would be like, well, you know, there are things about him that I would prefer not to have to, you know, be in a relationship with. So I'm going to seek someone who doesn't have those things and also has these things. So he's like totally my litmus test, you know, what I measure every man up to. And then when I got in a relationship with Craig, who's my last boyfriend, that's when I was just like, okay, well, there's just no way that anyone's gonna measure up to those two. And so like between the two of them, like if the two of them would like become one person, I mean, that would be the absolute perfect person for me, is if Craig and Josh were one person. So I'm gonna take all of the best qualities from Craig and all of the best qualities from Josh that I absolutely adore, and I still love them both dearly and still have a relationship with, you know, I'm still good friends with both of them. But I'm going to just, because I just would rather stay alone. I would just rather stay alone. There's probably no one out there that I'm going to have the opportunity to run into in person that's going to be so much like me, you know, or so much in that way like that. It's going to be divine intervention. That's the only way I will end up in a relationship, is if God literally has a hand in it, because that's what I'm supposed to do. And it'll be very obvious that's what I'm supposed to do, because that person will just hit all the marks. And I know it will work. I know that because I'm happy alone. But if a person who has like all the perfect, I'm not completely against being in a relationship again. I am against being in a relationship that will cause me misery. And so I will stay alone until I find exactly what I want. And I know that it will work. And if I just don't mind being alone, like it worked with my dog. I refused to get a dog unless a bunch of things all had to, like, I mean, it was a list very similar to my relationship. Like has to be already past the little puppy phase, has to be super sweet, like just the list was very long. And I refused to get a dog until I found exactly all those things. I did not compromise. I did not compromise on one single thing. If I saw a dog and I loved it and it was great and we like had time together and there was one thing, I would not take the ownership of the dog, because I wasn't going to do that to myself or the dog. You know, if there are things that I am not really willing to deal with in my space, and then someone comes into my space and I have no other option but to deal with it, I'm going to just be baseline frustrated all the time. And I don't want to do that. I'm going to set myself and everyone in my house up for success. I'm not going to compromise on those things. And I'm okay with not having a dog, or not having a partner, or whatever until exactly what I have set for myself comes along. I'm perfectly fine. I'm a whole person. I genuinely do not need a man. I don't. I want to have a man in my life because it would bring value and to both of our lives. There's going to be something that we can both bring to the table and that will benefit us both. Like two and then rocketing up, you know? But I'm not looking at all. I'm not trying to seek that. I'm going to just live my life and do my thing and be happy even in spite of my situations, right? I'm going to choose to enjoy my life and live and become the person. I'm going to become the person that I would want to be in a relationship with. And then if a person comes along, great, cool. I'll change my life around, I suppose. But I'm not going to do that for some guy who, you know, just happens to like throw the dick on me one time and like, you know, then I get all confused and I realize like after about 2 weeks of hanging out with him every day that, oh my God, he's like actually like kind of an alcoholic, or, you know, oh my gosh, he's kind of, you know, mean to service workers. You have to, before you sleep with someone, you have to like experience them in multiple different scenarios. That's why friendship is really so good. That's why mine and Josh's history has endured over the years, is because we started out as friends and then evolved into a boyfriend and girlfriend and into a marriage and then had children. And we've gone through the life stages together. And we have history and a friendship to fall back on. If you have sex with someone and you have a child with that person and then your relationship goes sour, if you didn't have a solid friendship installed to begin with, there's literally nothing for you to fall back on. When shit starts to go bad, there's no friendship to like keep you guys like at the very least concerned with each other's best interests as well. You know, it's game on. And that's why you treat every single sexual encounter as if you are trying to have a baby. Oh, Olivia. You know, those are the things that I do kind of like remiss when it comes to homeschooling. I meant to, you know, in kindergarten age, start taking photographs for him, like even professional but it's just one of those things that's like I'm always disappointing myself because my life situation never works out so that I can do the thoughtful things that I want to do. So I always look like a person who's not thoughtful, or, you know, like, because I just like, I don't have the time or ability, energy, whatever it is, to conceive of the things and do it and follow through. I mean, but what's the reward when you're just sleeping around? You know, there's no reward there. It's momentarily. You feel good for like 30 seconds. Literally, your dick could still be inside the woman and you're done. And pulling out is uncomfortable because you're so like, oh, it's over, it's over. So, like, that doesn't really seem like any kind of reward. That just seems, you know, like impulsive. I'm talking about sleeping with people in the beginning. And there's no such thing as Prince Charming. I mean, like, realistically, like, Prince Charming is a made-up concept. There are absolutely men out there who are willing to go above and beyond to care for their partner in a masculine way that is meant to be. Like, a woman, this is the thing, like, with the feminism, too, that's, like, so, just, people get it so ass backwards. We're not, as women, supposed to hand over our autonomy to our partner just because he is a man. We, as women, are supposed to be able to have confidence and trust and safety in our partner to the point where we know we can and he isn't going to use that to hurt us. And that's just a natural dynamic that happens when you're a caring and considerate partner, and you're doing, you know, we're equal, but in different ways. And as women, biologically, giving, like, looking to your husband is healthy. It is. I think that it's ridiculous, this whole, like, strong, independent women don't need no man. Don't get me wrong. I understand the hypocrisy that there is in my situation. My situation, I would be with my husband, and I would, in an ideal situation, it would be a family unit, and everything would be perfectly wonderful. I was a homemaker wife. Like, I was the type of wife that absolutely cared for my husband. But, you know, when the other person isn't quite there, and or has, like, habits or, you know, dependencies on stuff, there's a level of a maturity that's not, so the things I did went unappreciated, and it started to feel like I was raising my husband. And so I couldn't do that to myself, because it was taking away from the time and attention and the raising that I needed to invest in my child. Like, I don't need to raise a man. He's already been raised. He's an adult. Now I'm working on this little one so that he can not be dependent on his partner when he's an adult. But because of the situation as it played out, you know, I had no choice but to leave Josh, because there's, you know, alcoholism, and there's many reasons why. I just can't. And it's not his bad. He's not mean. He's not a mean drunk. It's not like that at all. So just to, like, clarify, he's not, like, abusive or anything like that. It wasn't like that. It was just, you know, I just can't deal with alcoholism. I just can't. I want to be on the same level with the person that I'm in a teammateship relationship, intimate relationship with. I don't want to feel at all superior in any way to the person. I don't want to feel more mature. I don't want to be like, because I'm the ding dong. I'm the golden retriever. I can't be the most together one in the relationship. But anyway, so that's honestly, that whole situation is why I am here on this property right now. I got this property because we do need community as women, especially single moms. Some women have left their partners, that perfectly good men, for trivial reasons, because they were strong women, don't need no man. But sometimes the situation's not the case. Sometimes they had no choice. They had to leave this person, or this person was just never around. You know, there's extenuating circumstances as to why women end up single. It's not always just that they think they can do better, you know, without this man. The children need the community. Children need to be around other children. Children need to be around healthy, happy adults working with each other for a common goal. It teaches kids community. It teaches kids how to be a participating member of a little community and a society, and then therein to be a supportive and functioning member of the greater society. I bought this property and was trying to start a mom community so that the women who had no choice and were facing this situation where they were wives or whatever, and now they're single and they have to work shitty jobs to keep the fucking food on the table and the roof over the kid's head. You know, I don't think that's fair that anyone, not even single moms, just anyone, should have to go to work for a corporation or any kind of business where they're not being paid a fucking fair wage for their efforts, and they have to be away from you. You don't even get to spend any time in the house you pay for. You don't get to spend any time with the child you carried in your body for all that time and with all this effort to keep alive. You don't even get to enjoy watching your child grow up, and the little moments that are the most important ones. You're missing those moments because someone else has to raise your kid because you have to go to work. Like, I don't agree with that. I think that's fucked up for everyone across the board with children, but especially single mothers. So if we could team up together, if we can come together as a little community, 3 to 5 of us, then between us, we'll genuinely don't need any men. We could get everything done ourselves. might take a couple more women, you know, to do some of the heavier lifting, but we'll figure it out. We'll get tools to make our jobs easier. But we'll be able to assist one another in the it's intense being a mom, especially if you have a kid who likes to do stuff, you know, like there's soccer games, or there's like, you know, going to the playground, there's going to like bounce places, there's going to like, you know, other places for recreation, soccer, or ice skating and fucking hockey and stuff, you know, like there's all kinds of shit to do as a mom. I couldn't do those for my son right now because I'm literally so in survival mode that I can't. I'm on this day, you can handle the gardening this day, you know, we're a team. We work as a functional team. It makes it so that the child, it's my, you know, oh my gosh, that's a great idea. Let's go fucking do that. You know, kids deserve it. He deserves all that. And so that's why I tried to start a mom community, is because I kept seeing everybody talk about how, oh, why don't we just buy land as friends together? And I was like, yeah, fuck, I could get property. I'll do that. Okay, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna get property. And then there'll be so many women. I'll have a hard time telling people no. Do you know how hard it is to find people that actually want to come and live on property? You guys are silly. Hera, I'm doing what I can, you know? Like, there's a reason why I live stream. I can't do this where I'm talking about this stuff all the time very often. I get wild hairs up my butt, but I can't do it very often because I'm in survival mode. Every day, I'm in survival mode. So I'm just really, it's hit or miss, you know? When I get to a place where I'm no longer in constant survival mode, you will find that I'm able to articulate and speak logically in a way that makes sense to anyone across the board. I just struggle with that now because, you know, I just really want to take a bath. I just really want to soak in a hot water. Call Dana White. Olivia, aren't you really tall? So, but this fight is going to like handicap for your strengths and weaknesses, right? So like Olivia gets to do like some feminine task that is of great necessity, and then you get to do a man task that is also of great necessity. And then we just judge you guys based on the quality of work, not necessarily against each other, and then we'll see how you measure up. I just knew you were tall. Yeah, so that was, Samantha, that was ultimately the goal, end result. But so since I've been here for 3 years all by myself, just basically trying to stay alive, I haven't really had the ability to generate an income to purchase those sheds, or even have like a place to put them or anything. Like, I've just been trying to like not die every day for the last 3 years, pretty much. My life is, it's still, if my generator stops working, I'm fucked. Like, I'm absolutely, really seriously fucked. If I lose my generator, that's my absolute lifeline. And without it, I have no way to have power. So, you know, every day, I might be sitting here chatting and stuff, but I'm still literally in a life or death situation. Oh yeah, I forgot. I started a GoFundMe, guys, yesterday. I'm trying to get, I don't know if you guys are aware of what's going on, but I'm trying to be the co-owner of this land. I'm trying to get her to buy me out, but she's not got my best interest at heart at all. She really betrayed me hard, and so that's why I've been in scramble survival mode, because the first mom that I invited with me, I allowed her to sign on the title. And instead of helping and joining and being a team, she got what she wanted, which was the land. And immediately from that day forward, she's been trying to bully me off the property with all kinds of tactics, sabotage, everything. And it's a literal life or death situation for me to be here. I need to get out of here. And I can't, it doesn't look like she's going to pay me this money so that I can leave. I need to purchase a motorhome. I need to get out of here. I want to donate my school bus to another single mom that I know, who can convert it and has a free place for it to park, and it would really change her life. She's paying $1,100 or something like that in rent every month, and this could provide her a situation where she pays $0, and that could change her life. So I've been really thinking about giving my bus to her. But if I could just get out of my bus, if I could move into something long enough to pack and get everything out of here, I could sell my bus too. I'm not against that. You know, if it's what's right and what's in the best interest of Elliot ultimately. I can sell the bus. But until I have a place to like put stuff, this is the only indoor space I have. Everything outside of the bus is exposed to the elements. So I don't have like anywhere that I can set things or move things and to, you know, clear space while I tackle this area. There's just, I mean, my house is I'm at the limit. I don't have anywhere to move anything. So I gotta get the fuck out of here. I gotta pack everything up. I need to go through everything I own and donate, sell, throw away. Right, that's what I need to do. But anyway, so I'm don't know what to do. I'm kind of at my wit's end of being in survival mode, and I'm getting to the point where I've been considering taking my life, not gonna lie, because that would totally just get me out of this situation immediately, and I would never have to worry about it again. But I'm just really trying my best to keep up the fight. I just don't know how long I can keep living like this, for real. Every day, it's a day too long. And I'm over it, and I want to leave. I can't do for my son what he deserves. I can't do for my dog what he deserves. I can't even do for myself. I can't bathe. I can't take a shower. I don't have a sink. I don't have running water. Like, I can't stand living like this. And I don't know what to do. I'm like just at a loss, and I'm feeling so like in over my head. I can't get a loan on the property. No one's gonna give me a loan. So I had to escape a wildfire 2 years ago here, and I maxed out my credit cards. It was like $3,500, and that's how much it cost to get my bus, pack everything up, get the bus out of here somewhere safe, and then I had to stay there for like 2 weeks while the danger, you know, was still in the red zone. And so after everything was said and done, it was $3,500. If I didn't have those credit cards, I would not have been able to escape, so I'm grateful for it, but I've just never been able to catch up. I'm trying to generate an income through social media, but I'm so boring. There's nothing of interest to do around here while I sit and wait for someone to buy me out of my property. I just want to be off this property. I just want to be out of here, and I just want to move on with my fucking life. I'm so ready to move on with my life. And of course, you know, Olivia, someone from one of the Reddits or something called the county again. The county literally came this morning, and they said there was a complaint that I was pumping water out of the creek. When have I pumped water out of the creek? At what point? I haven't done that literally since last summer when I had a garden. Well, so the problem is that anyone who purchases my half of the land has to also be an owner on the land with her. And that's the person who has, you know, keyed my car and disconnected my brake lights and put water in my gas cans, and basically been telling me how I'm a loser and a miserable piece of shit and I should just leave because I haven't even done anything on the property at all. And the only reason that I haven't done anything on the property, at least up until the point when she said that, was because we had an agreement originally that if we were going to do anything on the property, that we all had to sign off on it. So I was literally trying to stick to the contract, you know? So that was funny. I don't like growing pot. So apparently, Samantha, even if you have a pond or a river or any kind of natural water source on your property, you are not allowed to take from that. It's not actually yours. It doesn't matter if it's on your land. You can't have it. And if they catch you doing it, they will fine you out the wazoo, and they will try to take your property from you. Like, I don't know, like, the only thing that I have to offer anybody at this point is dreadlocks and fucking wisdom, you know? And it just sucks. That's why I'm gonna actually, look what I made this morning. So I made a little prototype. Sandals. Check these out, they're so cute. So I had a couple of people who were in my live earlier who wanted a pair. If you want a pair of sandals, I'll make them. This is just the prototype, so they're going to be sturdier than this and thicker. But I want to make them for like $5, super cheap. Look at that, cute, and they're like barefoot sandals. Like you have the full control over your foot. You can wrap your toes around things. You can like get your toes like on something uneven. You can wrap your toes around stuff. Dude, amazing. Love them. I literally love them. So this is what I'm going to try to do, is like sell some sandals or something. I'm just trying to like, I need money, dude. I need money right now, and I need to get out of here ASAP. So I need to figure something the fuck out. Something that I can do from here, because I can't do my career. My career, which I get paid $150 an hour to do, requires me going there to the client. So until I can go to a client to do my job, I'm gonna have to do work, whatever I can, from home. And that's why I started like that's why I monetized my YouTube. But yeah, so I don't remember what I was saying. That big water. Yeah, Jeff, you're also a man who probably knows what he's doing, and I am a woman who never even camped before she moved here. Like, really. I think I lived in my van for like 2 years before I bought this bus, and then I bought this bus and then bought this property. And before I bought the van, I was from Florida. My hair was blonde. I dye my hair red. My hair is clear blonde naturally. And so I couldn't go outside in Florida at all. 5 minutes tops. I hate wearing long sleeves in the fucking full sun. You know what I mean? It's absolutely ridiculous. So Florida just was really hard for me to just endure. So I spent 35 fucking years indoors, you know? I did computer, I socialized on the internet. That's all I ever did. I didn't do much outdoor stuff because Florida was painful. But when I came here, like, I did van life, which, I had a little bit of experience with kind of like roughing it or whatever, but I had never lived on land before. I never lived on property before. I never had like land responsibilities. I never owned property before. And I never converted a property to a homestead from raw wilderness to a functioning homestead. Never done any of those things. I just didn't, first of all, I had a team. I had a teammate who did know how to do those things. And I just never thought, the reason I stuck it out even after she betrayed me was because I just never thought for a second I wouldn't be able to figure it out. I was just very confident in myself. But what I've realized is that you have to be ingenuitive and or have some experience. Like, you have to have seen things that other people do and experience them in order to have ideas of how you want to make your own systems. So what I decided and I realized is like, okay, if I can't find anyone who wants to come and build a homestead with me as a single mom from scratch, I'll just go back to what I know I can manage on my own, which is nomad life. I'll get myself a motorhome, I'll get back onto the road, and I will go to homesteads and I will literally just stay there and work for free. I just want to learn. I just want to work so that I can figure out how that it's done. I don't just want to watch, I want to help. And I just want to work so that I can learn how to do the things that I need to learn how to do in order to be completely self-sufficient in a survival situation or off-grid on a homestead. And I don't have to be so dependent on, like, if I have other people around me, great. But if I am forced in a position where I have to do it alone, I can. Marty, are you in Anna Maria Island? Yeah, I did believe in myself, Katrina, but I've failed pretty miserably. It's very So I've honestly never really had a situation where I tried super hard and didn't succeed. This is the first time I've ever in my life had any situation that I've tried really hard to achieve and just failed miserably every step of the way. I've never had that happen before. So I mean, I'm taking the hint from God that I'm not supposed to be here. I'm just taking the hint. And I'm just trying to, I don't know. I got to get the fuck out of here. I can't live like this anymore. I can't sweat every day and then not take a shower at the end of the day. You know what I mean? My only option is to go get in that dirty creek there's a homeless encampment about 4 miles up the road, and they dump all kinds of crap in the water. So I don't feel safe, and no one else does around here, in actually drinking the creek or bathing in it without some serious filtering. And I don't have the ability to deal with that. It's just the risk or the effort versus the reward is not worth it to me. Thank you, Laura. I appreciate that. I'm proud of myself for surviving, don't get me wrong, and I understand that it's quite a feat. And the fact that I'm very much remote. When I say, like, people who like live in Oregon come out here and they're like, oh my God, you're way out here. So someone came out here once and said to me that, you know, like, you should be proud of yourself because honestly, like, a woman alone, I know grown men who wouldn't do what you've done, you know, big, strong, burly men who wouldn't do what you've done. So you should be proud of yourself. And that really did put it into perspective for me, because I realized, like, oh yeah, I actually, the entire act of everything I did was like pretty impressive in and of itself, you know, but I just, like, again, it's just, I don't believe in failure like that. I know that if I truly want something and I work hard enough, I know that it can happen. I've met every single one of my goals that I've ever set for myself in life, because I don't mind leaning into the cringe. If something if like something comes along and I'm like, ooh, I can't do that because of this reason, I immediately know that's my cue to go right there in that direction, you know? And so that's my motto online to everybody, is lean into the cringe. That's the way to, you know, everything that you want is right on the other side of what makes you cringe. Well, Natasha, I'm not sure if you meant that as snarky as I read it, but my goals were pretty high. They were to buy property and to get I literally prayed to get property, and then 3 days later someone gave me $100,000. So, you know, those are pretty amazing goals, considering, like, you know, I'm just like a chick who like lives in her van, who doesn't have any family or any local friends. I'm all by myself out here. And the only reason I have an income is because, like, I created a job for myself doing dreadlocks, and I went out there in the world and found clients and saturated the market and worked my butt off for that. My goals have been very high, very lofty, and I've still achieved them. So it's because I'm not afraid to face myself. I'm not afraid to do things that scare me or make me uncomfortable. I'm truly, by nature, a house cat. I'm a house cat. I like air conditioning. I like luxury. I like, you know, not luxury like nails and hair and stuff, but like, you know, like, I like hot, warm baths. I like clean bathtubs. I like really clean houses. I like, you know, tidy and everything have its place. And I like mostly air conditioning, okay? In central heats, running water, all things that I just couldn't imagine living without. I like could literally never. And then here I am out here 3 years living like this now, you know, and I mean, I could pretty much endure anything, I think, at this point. I think this is a really great experience for me, but like, I wouldn't choose to do this like for funsies. No, I don't have a huge social circle. I have a couple, I have my little community of like admins, like the 4 or 5 women, but I don't know them in real life. I never see them. I have absolutely no people that I see in person, except for people at the grocery store. Hera, you know what you gotta realize though? When people judge you, so let's say someone comes in here and talks badly about me. What you can gain from that, observing that, is you can gain the realization that that person talks to themselves that way. Any way that someone talks to me, that's the way that they talk to themselves. And so anytime someone says something just intentionally hurtful to me, I know they say those same things to themselves. the kind of person who wouldn't say something like that to themselves would not say that to someone else. You know what I mean? Like that kind of stuff. And it's just sad. It makes you, you know, while I don't have to look at it, I can kick you out of my chat if I see it, right? But it doesn't mean that I hate you for it. I really just feel a pity for people like that. Timothy, $45,000. That's what I'm willing to take 25 from the co-owner, but the value of the property is 120,000. We paid 90,000 cash. I just want half of the money that was invested. That's all I want, is half of the money that was invested. I'm willing to take 28 from her because that would be the smoothest, easiest, fastest, no fuss, no muss situation. So if I'm going to take 28, it's because it's going to be the absolute easy. It's going to be the easiest situation, but it's not becoming the easiest situation. So thank you. I appreciate the prayers. Very much, Flynn. Everybody needs grace. There's me and one other person. She's the reason why I want to sell the property. I mean, I don't really want to sell the property. I just don't want to live here and be under her constant harassment. I want to pursue legal action, and I want to do a force sale, and then I want to split the money, you know, evenly with her. If, you know, this isn't going to be a smooth process. It's been 2 months where she's been telling me, oh, tomorrow, basically, you know, and I can't keep, you know, waiting for tomorrow. Like, I need to move on with my life, you know? Yeah, Jim, he really was an angel. He is an angel now. Van life I love. If I didn't have kids, I would 100% do van life for the rest of my life. And I would be so fucking happy with my tiny little space, and I could just take my house anywhere I want. When Elliot's out of the house, like everything, I'm totally going to go back to van life. Yeah, Katrina, that's kind of what it feels like. She knows that I'm desperate to leave. So see, you got to realize, when I told her I wanted $45,000 and I would let her buy me out, she came back and told me she would give me $15,000. I said no, and she said, okay, $28,000. What I think is happening now at this point is she knows I really want to leave. She knows that I'm desperate to get out of here and that I'm fucking miserable and I'm literally dying. So she thinks that I will at some point reach a limit where I just go, I'll take $15,000. And then she'll be able to get $120,000 property, 8 acres, for peanuts. And I feel like that's what's happening. So I contacted a lawyer yesterday, and I'm going to have a meeting to try to see where I'm even at legally and where to move forward and all these things, right? And I also contacted a real estate agent to see, also just to get information, see where I'm at, what should I do. But the thing is that if I pursue legal action and I try to like do that in that way, my like actual life is on the line. So in reality, because of some sneaky shit she pulled in the beginning, if I die, she gets 100% of the property. No money, she doesn't pay out any money, so it is in her best interest that I die, ultimately. And now I'm not saying that she has tried to kill me, or none of that. That's not what I'm saying. But I am saying that if I start poking the bear and I start doing things that she interprets as me doing something against her, I am putting myself at risk. I have had to live my life walking on eggshells and literally live my life in this direction so that I don't accidentally, I can't go get fresh water that comes out of the ground from a natural spring on my own property because it's in the area where she occupies, and I will not go down there and rattle the bear cage. I just don't want to have trouble. No, it's not the case. It wouldn't be the case that she's trying to get the money together, because what I was told specifically was the reason that I have to take 28,000 and she can't give me like 35,000 or 32 or 30,000 specifically is because the bank will only give her that much. She can only get that much from the bank, is what she said to me. So no, it's not the case that she's trying to gather the money. The bank offered her $28,000. Let's go. No, Samantha, because when we were signing the title, I had full trust in her. She told me I filled out all the paperwork for a tenancy in common. A tenancy in common, if one person dies, the property goes to whoever their next of kin or the person that they willed the land to. That's a tenancy in common. A joint tenancy, which is for like married couples and stuff like that. A joint tenancy, if one of the owners dies, the other owner takes on the ownership. Now I had our paperwork all filled out to be a tenancy in common because we aren't related. We're 3 people in a business arrangement. So a tenancy in common is what makes sense. And so come to find out, so she calls me, she's like, Heather, there's like a problem with the loan paperwork. She's like, we need to refill it out because they like didn't include a line for you. There's 3 owners and there's usually only 2 lines. So they had to create a line for me. And I was like, okay, yeah, no problem. Just send it over. I'll sign everything. No problem. Sent it over, signed everything, sent it off. Fast forward to when after Matthew died, the 3rd owner took his life because of the situation. Well, I don't want to say because it was a huge factor, but it wasn't, because he had his own life too, outside of this whole situation. But the 3rd owner, Matthew, when he took his life, and now it's just me and her, he willed his share of the property to me. So I contacted I was trying to get everything taken care of so that I can get that share of the property in my name so that I could have a little bit power here, because it was just me against her. But if I had a little bit more of a percentage, I'd have a little bit more legal pull. So anyway, Matt's mom was like, oh, I talked to the girl, and she said that the property is going to go to you 2 already because you have a joint tenancy. And I was like, that's not true. We have a tenancy in common. I filled out the paperwork. And she's like, well, that's not what she said. And I was like, well, she's a liar. That's not true. So I went and looked at the fucking paperwork. Guess what? She's not lying. It is a fucking joint tenancy. She fucking changed it. She fucking changed it from a tenancy in common to a joint tenancy. What does that tell you? Does that tell you that she was anticipating our deaths? Like, of all things to like do, but like, why would you change it from a tenancy in common to a joint tenancy? That's fishy. That's fucking fishy. So what ended up happening when Matthew died is his percentage just automatically absorbs halfway in hers and halfway in mine. So we're 50-50 at right now. I've already filed a report with the sheriff. I've already tried to get restraining orders, but you can't get a restraining order if you've never had a romantic relationship with someone. Here in Oregon, it's called a stalking order, and it doesn't qualify. My situation doesn't qualify for a stalking order because she hasn't made a verbal or threat against my life in a way that I can document. Rainbow. So actually what I do is I'm trying to make, I've autistic brain. I've had to teach myself how to make eye contact. And also I try to not read the chat while I'm in a thought process, because if I read the chat while I'm in a thought process, it will throw me off. So out of force of habit and avoiding the chat, I make eye contact with the camera while I'm talking, because I'm making eye contact with you. I'm talking directly to you. Why am I gonna look at myself the whole time? I hate when people do that. When they're fucking on a live stream, they're only live streaming so they can stare at their own fucking face. They are only talking so they can hear themselves say words and admire their makeup. I don't like that. So I make it a conscientious point to avoid doing that. I make eye contact. But yeah, I've already filed police reports for my own safety and stuff. Like anytime my gas cans had water in them, I have a paper trail, you know? I've kept a paper trail. And I've got her on recording, on video, like while I was trying to put away my groceries, coming up the driveway, screaming at me, telling me how I do black magic and everybody knows I'm a witch and all this shit. I'm like, what? I was like, if you don't like me, why are you up here talking to me right now? I was just putting my groceries away. Will you leave me? Like in the whole recording, my whole response to her is, why won't you just leave me alone? Like why are you bothering me? I'm just trying to mind my own business. I'm putting groceries away. Why are you up here yelling at me? I don't understand what's going on. Like, if you didn't like me, why wouldn't you want to avoid me? That's what I'm trying to do to you. I was like, I don't look at your social media. I don't try to contact people you know. I don't look in your area and try to see what's going on. I pretend like that area literally doesn't exist, and I live my life in this direction, dude. I was like, why are you so fixated on what is going on in my space? Leave me alone. Just leave me alone. You got what you wanted. Now leave me alone. It's just a ridiculous, it's like the most outrageous and ridiculous thing though, is because one, like, even if I had like a flavor of witchiness to me, I literally do not do anything that would be considered spell work, okay? I don't like candles, I don't do like potions, I don't do like spells, I don't look at what other witches have said and like a spell for this and I try to achieve that. I don't do that. I'd like to believe in spirituality and manifestation. My mind, if I just decide that something is happening, it's happening. I don't need to like do a bunch of spell work and like, I don't do magic. I'm too lazy for that shit. It seems like a lot of, again, the effort versus the reward. The same reasons why I will not go to the trouble to deal with my shower that I would just call my neighbor and say, hey, can I come shower at your house? The effort versus the reward is just not, I've got to have a reason for things. Yeah, well, after that situation where she came up into my space practically, she stayed in her area, like across the street, but just stood there and like screamed at me. And right before that happened, you know, we were really tense and everything was kind of like, I felt, and I have literally felt like this for 3 years. Have you ever rented a room from someone and it was so tense that you would rather sneak out of your bedroom window than walk through the living room and go out the front door to have to like pass the person? That's what it felt like for like at least the first 2 years. I don't care anymore. I've moved about my life. I don't care anymore. But for the first like 2 years that I was here, I literally tried to not be seen by her because I was afraid that she was going to try to yell at me again. And I just wanted to live my life and mind my business and just garden and have chickens and do my thing. I wasn't trying to interfere in her space and time and life in any way. I don't want her to interfere in mine. I just want to be left alone. Just let me fucking do my thing out here. You don't have to, like, and then I would try to get a single mom out here and she would run them off. Anytime I've gotten a woman out here to come and try to live, they can't deal with her confrontational nature. So, you know, it's just whatever. But I don't understand any of it. Like, I thought and I still don't understand it. I get it to this very day from people online. I genuinely do not understand why, if you don't like someone or you don't like what they're doing or saying or how they act, why would you follow that person on social media? Why? Why would you look at their social media at all? If you don't like someone, block them. And then you literally never have that situation where you're like, ruin your good mood. If you don't like someone, don't seek them out. I've never understood that. I don't, and the thing that's even got me like, and I know that this generation of younger kids, they're smarter than my generation at the same age, okay? So like, they understand how the algorithm works. What you give your energy to, it's like manifestation, the algorithm. What you give your attention to, you get more of. You're gonna go on fucking Twitter, complain about all the porn. It's like, I've said before that it's like people take like a sandwich, and the sandwich has two honking big of it, and they go, oh, this smells like shit, it looks like shit. This is shit. This is absolute shit. And then they just keep eating it. Why don't you just, if you identify it as shit from the beginning, why don't you just immediately get rid of it? You know? Oh yeah, you know, Gorilla God King, you know, but so here's the thing. I absolutely have a whole Reddit page about how horrible of a person I am. I never go look. I know it exists. I know they talk badly about me, but I don't give a fuck what they say because they're lying or they're twisting the truth or they're lying. And it's like, you know, I am putting myself in a place to be judged. So like, I can't waste my precious energy worrying about what like every single individual who comes across my live stream is going to have as an opinion about me. I would spend all my time thinking about that. I mean, like, you know, by the end of this live stream, it'll have like 8,000 views or something, you know? So that's like 8,000 people who I have to worry about what they think about me. I don't think so. I don't think so. I like me, and I'm not worried about anything else. And and because I'm emotionally responsible for myself in the same way that like, if I don't like someone, I don't seek them out. I also, if someone doesn't like me, I don't seek out their opinion. What someone's opinion of me is none of my business. And my friends, like my actual friends, know that like, as far as I'm concerned, if you're my actual friend and you see someone just talking shit about me, you won't tell me. You wouldn't tell me that. Why would you want me to know someone was talking badly about me? You want me to think about that and worry about that? No, because as a friend, I wouldn't. If it's something that warrants your attention, okay, you know, that's different. If it's something about your safety or your kids, like, you know, something serious, then you tell your friend. But like, if it's just petty gossip, you just roll your eyes and move on. You know that these people are just stupid, you know? I just don't understand seeking out So this is the thing too. It's like another, like, if you're in a relationship with somebody and you feel it's necessary to look in their phone, there might be things in there that you're gonna find that you might not like. It may not be what you think you're gonna find, you know, it might not be Bush League cheating stuff, but maybe they had a conversation with someone where they were complaining about you or something. You know, that's not something you really need to be seeing. Because it's not ultimately how they really feel about you. It's just that, you know, they're popping off at the mouth. You guys were arguing. They're venting to somebody. You know, it's not you don't need to know that. You don't need to see that. And so why would you go look for things that would, like, if you're intentionally looking for ways to hurt yourself in that sense? Like when you start going through your partner's phone. If you feel like you need to go through your partner's phone, then he's not the right partner for you. Just period. End of story. You're not the right person for them, and they're not the right person for you. If you feel like you need to go through their phone, there should be no reason why you should feel the need to do something like that, ever. Yep. It's a them problem. It's not a you problem. And that's that. Okay, so this principle that, like, I'm speaking of, this emotional maturity, really says a lot when it comes up against this, like, trans non-binary thing, you know, because people ultimately want you to not trigger them. So they're gonna be mean or to you or demanding to you so that you don't trigger them. When in reality, it's a them problem. It's not a me problem. They have to either accept who they are in the face of people who don't support them and be themselves all the time, and, like, that's who they are. You shouldn't, if it's something that you don't have any insecurities about, then you wouldn't give a fuck what anybody says about it. So if you have a question in your heart about it, you're gonna get offended, you know? And it's a big lesson, and I think that a lot of the youth who, now don't get me wrong, I know there are people that do discover they're trans at a young age, and I do believe that there are some people that genuinely find happiness in dressing as the other gender. It's not as prevalent as it seems to be, though, these days. It's just like when goth and, like, emo, it's the thing, is to make you different and cool. It's because, like, the world is so hedonistic. That's like the you know, dressing up like sex animals is like what kids have to do these days. You know, to, like, go over the bar of what, like, we did, because, you know, they gotta be like, you know, my parents are so lame, like, you gotta rebel. But, like, we rebelled so hard, like, they have to, like, really outdo us, you know what I mean? But the thing about pushing your ideals and, like, your, like, pronouns on other people, it's genuinely just not fair to do. And as a part of growing and becoming an adult human being is learning to love yourself exactly the way that you are. There's something to really be said for truly loving yourself and being a person who has things like yourself that you're glad that people don't like it that much, you know? Like, accepting yourself is one of the most intense aha moments you could ever have in your entire life. And I think that a lot of people need to learn how to get over trying to make other people bend to their will, and they need to become secure with who they are as who they are without trying to change. And that's also goes for, this is not just so you know, I'm using the trans stuff as like but I genuinely mean almost everybody. I mean people who get their lips injected, people who get their boobs done, I mean people who get the Botoxes. You know, it's you coming to accept yourself as you are through all stages of life. We are aging, and it's gonna happen, and you can either fight it and then be miserable, or you can accept it and then literally not have that giant monkey on your back to worry about. You know, it's so freeing loving yourself exactly as you are, in spite of these things that society says isn't perfect about you. I've got small fucking tits. Never got a boob job. Never wanted a boob job. I like my boobs. I'm so glad I didn't get a boob job when I was younger. I love my breasts now. Guess what? They still point forward, and I'm 40 years old. Thank you, small titties. You know, and it breaks my heart to see so many people being told that they can change anything they want about themselves, and that's gonna make them happy, because it's a really fucking hard, permanent lesson when you learn that's not true. That you can change anything. You could fuck with your body all you want, but until you figure out what's going on in here, like you can't scoop this out and still function. So this is gonna go with you everywhere. No matter what your outsides look like, this is always gonna be exactly the same unless you do something about that yourself. And it's facing the uncomfortable truths. It's leaning into the cringe. It's facing yourself, finding your own darkest parts, and figuring out why I do that. How can I make myself happier? How can I be more present and more in the moment? Like, these are things you will only be able to really discover once you've started to accept yourself as you are. Oh, Jim, yeah, of course. I don't give a shit. I gotta pee. I'll be right back. Yeah, so the Reddit stuff, I actually have no clue what's actually being said, because like my friends know that I don't want to know. They don't bother telling me, unless it's like something that I deserve to know or whatever. Like that's it. They understand, you know, and I don't go looking for it, you know. I have an idea every now and again what's being said in the Reddit based on the random like idiots that come in and comment, just like so for example, people who come in here who I've never seen in my chat before. My kid's not even here, and they come in and be like, "You're an abusive mother." It's like, oh, I wonder where you've been. I mean, obviously they're back to their old shenanigans because the county just came here today and to follow up on a fucking complaint. Someone sent another complaint to the county. Another unfounded complaint. They literally were here. They could see very plainly that the complaint was bullshit, and they left. It's just a really, like, I don't know. You're trying to, like, what? At this point? Hold me accountable for what? I just don't understand it. I don't understand their point. Like, what is their end game? So, like, what's the end game for the Redditors is my curiosity. Like, me being in jail, me being homeless, me doing better for myself and providing all that Elliot needs. Well, they're not going to break my spirit. they're that's a futile attempt. See, I have bad days, bad little moments, periods of my life that make me feel a certain type of way. And even though I have those trolls who are always waiting for my weakness, I still, without fear, talk about it openly. I am not afraid to cry on a live stream. I'm not afraid to look vulnerable or show my yellow belly or my like weaknesses or whatever, you know what I mean? I'm not afraid because what is anyone gonna do if I like show my soft side? What you gonna do? You gonna come kick me in the gut? Okay, I guess. So, and I actually, to some degree, I have to say, the Reddit pages and the trolls, those are a demographic that my type of content, based on the fact that I'm like not a lying, manipulative cheat of a person who like thrives on chaos and drama, because my content doesn't have or isn't those things, generally that demographic I would never reach. I would never like reach a demographic like that. Hold on one second. Be right back. Sorry, I had a Discord message I had to reply to there for a second. I totally lost my train of thought. I doubt anybody pays anyone to troll me. But fuck, what was I talking about? Right when I like left. What was the last thing I was talking about? I had a message pop up that I wanted to respond to. No, I can't remember. Yeah, that's definitely true. Just because people have like, so I've tried so hard, dude, you guys have no idea. I've tried, literally made a conscientious effort to be jaded. Like I spent months like trying to make the choice a jaded person would be. I tried to copy a jaded person. Tried to emulate a jaded person. Well, it didn't work. It was gross. It felt not right. I couldn't do it. And so every time I tried to do what a jaded person would do, I just felt bad. So I stopped trying. And I realized that I cannot prevent people from hurting me. That I just can't. I'm not going to let that stop me, people hurting me, the possibility of people hurting me and the fact that many people, most have. I'm not going to let that stop me from doing something that I do because it feels good. You know what I mean? Like, I do things for people because it makes me feel good to do them. That's why I do it. I'm helpful because it makes me feel good to be helpful. I don't do it because like, oh, well, you know, they owe me or whatever, like they're going to owe me or I'm going to get paid back somehow, some way. Like, it's never like that. I like doing nice things for people. I like giving things away. I just like to do that because it feels right in my heart. If my needs are met, then why shouldn't I help someone else meet a need? I just don't understand it. Your success doesn't mean my failure. My failure does not mean your success. Or, you know, whatever the words are I'm trying to say. So. I know, Jem. So here's the thing, right? That's why, honest to God, I really do not help people who reach out to me for help. Honestly. The people that I help are people that, and this is why I like to help as much as I do, is because I just look for a place in my community that is missing help, like, and I try to fulfill that need, you know, like, or if I see a friend who's like, oh man, you know, like, I can't do XYZ because I'm missing $20, I will immediately go and send them that $20 if I have it. Or, you know, if my neighbor posts like, oh, you know, I have to do XYZ by XYZ, you know, is anybody there to help me? If I am in a position to do so, I'm just going to do it because I just notice things out in the world. But if someone comes to me directly and says like, hey, like, I hear you're like giving away such and such, like, I'm the perfect person to give that to. You should totally give that to me. That puts my fucking, like, immediately I'm like, wait a minute. So I don't just like walk into things completely blind. I do use due diligence. The fact that she got through my due diligence, it's like really says a lot to her manipulative skills. Like, it really does, because I'm a very good judge of character. I mean, that's why I'm alone. That's why I spend a lot of time alone, is because, dude, I'm not gonna lie, a lot of people around here suck. There's people in my town, actually, there's a few moms around here that are really cool. It's just that I can't leave my house and they can't leave their house, so like, the problem with being friends with homesteaders or friends with tiny houses. Yeah, so Rainbow, my thoughts on that are like, religion is like your penis. I'm sure it's very nice. I'm sure you love it very much, but it's really not great, and I don't really appreciate it if you go waving it around in my face and we've never really talked, or I don't even know you. You know what I'm saying? So if you feel like it's the proper time for you to pull your penis out and wave it around in someone's face, that is also the proper time to talk and push your religion onto people. Oh, the generator died. Hey, I've got 100. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, thank you so much, Youper gal. I really fucking appreciate you guys. You have absolutely no idea. Every single dollar that like you guys like send in support, I just want you to know, like, right now I'm in an active like emergency to escape this property, and so like every dollar that I can acquire and collect, I am trying to use that to get me and my son and my dog the fuck out of this situation where we are under constant harassment, constant scrutiny. My life is, I'm literally living on a stage. From anywhere I am on my property, she can see me. She's got private space, but I am on a fucking stage. And I'm being harassed, and if I have to go get if I have to walk to go get water, I'm gonna lose my shit. I have not checked my emails yet, so I've been on the live stream and like dealing with the county when they came, so I haven't checked my email yet. I don't have access to my email on my tablet, so I have to wait till I turn this off. I'm probably going to be turning it off soon, so I will, yeah, Chelsea, I finally fucking bit the bullet, you know, like, fuck it, you know, like, what could it hurt? I'm trying not to self-sabotage and tell myself, like, I mean, it's not going to do anything anyway. I'm not worried about it, you know, like, because I don't want to manifest that reality. I really would love for it to actually come to reality. And and like we can come together as a community and like do this crazy shit and like fucking what I really like to do. And the reason why I put the GoFundMe for the exact amount of money that I asked from, or that she said she could give me, is so that like I can pay the GoFundMe back when if she decides that she wants to go through with this or whatever. I can pay all the money back, and I only asked for enough money that I know I could pay back if she pays me back, you know? So it's crazy, like something that I've been realizing lately, especially, is that, you know, they say your vibe attracts your tribe, and honest to God, I didn't believe that, because I was like, dude, I am a good person, and like I keep attracting all these fucking terrible people, right? Well, what I realized is that I wasn't actually keeping my firm boundaries the way that I like. So for example, like that situation that happened with Jade, I would have continued to let her admin for me. I would have continued to engage with her on a regular basis in spite of her showing me who she was. You know what I mean? And I would have been like, well, just to my, you know, she's been great to me, you know, whatever. I would have, you know. But since I've stopped doing that, when I see a red flag, I trust it, you know? And then like I will give the person a fair chance to explain themselves, because I would want to be explained, the chance to explain if I was misunderstood. So I gave her the opportunity to do that. And then when she, you know, it was obvious that what was said was true and that she was starting trouble and not having my best interest at heart, then I no longer allowed her access to my inner sanctum. But the women who have access to me now have proven themselves time and time again to have my best interest at heart and to care and to have like, and I mean, for like to be silly, they've earned their place. And you know what I'm saying? And I would be lost without my hive mind now. I can't imagine going back and not having my hive mind. But what I've realized, you know, and it can be said for like you, Chelsea, there are people who come back regularly in the chat that are obviously genuinely good people. Whether or not people have like gifted money, I'm not talking about people who come and gift money, because I have a better relationship with people who don't send any money than the people who sent the most money. I have a closer one-on-one relationship with people who've never sent $1 than with like literally the woman who sent me the most money out of anybody. So, you know, it's not, I'm not being bought. I'm just allowing people into my inner sanctum based on how they show themselves to be. And it is the craziest what has happened. I have somehow managed to surround myself with like the most amazing dog, the cat, the people, like the women in my life now. Like, it sucks that, you know, we don't have a physical, personal, in-person relationship, and it's just, you know, through conversations or whatever, but that's better than nothing. I'll take it, because I have never been able to. I've always wanted to have good relationships with women because my trauma is not with my father. I don't have daddy issues. I have mommy issues. And the way to heal relational trauma is to do so with the same gender friend. So like if you have daddy issues, you need to have a solid friendship, platonic friendship with a man in some capacity, so that you can heal the issues that you have. You need to have a solid relationship with a woman if you've got mommy issues or sister issues, whatever. Whoever you got, it's important to do that. Dang, grilled cheese. I think I have Swiss. Robert, it just looks like every one of your comments that I'm looking at is along the lines of that I'm not paying attention to you. I don't actually see any comment from you that doesn't, like your first comment to me was that I don't have time for you. So, let me just help you out the door. That's fucking nice guy material right there. That's the kind of guy who 100% thinks he's a nice guy when he's not. Red flag. Hi, Lucy. Dude. Ugh. Oh, there we go. I hit the wrong button. There we go. I hit remove, which just removed the one comment. Oops. Men like Robert Powers do not need to be pandered with by women. That's the kind of guy who needs to like work on himself. Spend some time conscientiously alone and not like alone because nobody wants you. Like make it a choice. Work on becoming the person that you want to be in a relationship with. Once you become the person that you want to be with, you'll naturally find the person that you're meant to be with. And if you don't, well, guess what? It means you're not supposed to be with anybody. Bye, Jem. I hope you have a great day. No. No, Aaron, my mother was severely abusive. You know, like the like women who you see that are like getting arrested for murdering their kids, these LDS people. My mom was like that. Except for she didn't think the devil was like she didn't have religious weirdo beliefs. She was just evil, and she would just make me do like wall sits with like 20 pounds on my legs. She hung me by my hands over this like shower, like the way the shower was set up, it was like a doorway that you walked into, and it was like a 2-stall shower because it was like a kind of fancy, and there was like this like area above the doorway that went the length of the shower that gave a vent so like steam could come out. It was just an open area, and you could set bottles and shit on top of it, but the shit that was here was like a solid, it was framing, and it was tiled, and it was like sturdy. So my mom threw something over that, strung me up to that by my wrists off the ground where my like toes were touching barely the ground, and then she like beat me with stuff until like I peed my pants. So that's why I choose to not have a relationship with her. She is an absolute terror on this world, the most evil person I've ever met in my entire life. I wouldn't allow my son anywhere near her. She's manipulative and straight up evil. That's what I said, Chelsea. Becoming a mother, like, really made a lot of the things that my mom did to me, and a lot of the things that, like, she didn't do for us hit home. Like, big time. You know, like, she just would not stop using drugs and drinking so that she could just, like, stop losing custody of the little ones. Like, once I was gone, the kids kept getting taken away and getting sent to grandma's house, and until finally my grandma got custody of the kids. By the time that she got custody, my sister was like already almost 18, and my little brother was still like maybe like 9, and they were the last 2. So, you know, it was just actually, you know, when I left, my one sister was already living with my one sister basically stayed with my grandma after my mom got out of prison when I was in kindergarten. So Tiffany from like 1 year old stayed with my grandma. And then my other sister and my brother were in my care from the age of like 11 to 14. No, probably like 9 to 14, because Brian wasn't born yet. He was born when I was like 10 or 11. And I was already like taking care of Brianna, and Tiffany hadn't gone to grandma's yet, or she was with us for a little while. I remember Tiffany being there in the bunks. I think she was there from like 2 to 4. It's just blurry because it's my childhood, and like even though I was like having to do adult things and like live a full life at the time, I didn't, it still all blurs together. I was still a child, and a lot of it I've blocked out and stuff. Yo, my mom is so bad. Listen, guys, you remember the story I told you of how I got this property? Matthew gave me the money to start a mom community. Now, Matthew didn't hand me $100,000. I told him I didn't ask for cash. I was just like, pay for the property once we find it. That's all I want, is the property to start a mom community, you know? And he you know, we bought the property, you know, I was still trying to start a mom community the whole time. So he, you know, he gave me whatever. Anyway, my mother, this is the last time I spoke to her. It was around Halloween of 2021. And we had already not really talked very much, maybe once a year tops, just kind of like off and on. But anyway, we were already, the money had already, we paid for the property and all, everything has already gone through. I didn't ever have the cash in my hand at any point. And my mother had the unmitigated gall to message me and say, oh, so you get $100,000 and it's just crickets over here. And I was like, what's that supposed to mean? She's like, well, you know, I raised you. I bought you clothes and I fed you and I paid for doctor's appointments and dentist appointments. And I was like, wait a minute, weren't we on like food stamps and Medicaid the entire time? Didn't we go to the health department to get like all of our medical care? Didn't Medicaid pay for the dentist? So what you're telling me is that I owe you for you keeping me fed and clothed while I took care of your children for you. Is that what you're saying to me? What about my inheritance? What about the probably upwards of $5 million that you absolutely fucking stole from me and just tried to, oh, well, that's the past. I was like, you have got to be fucking kidding me, dude, right now. So what you're saying is I owe you for the things, like, so you already did the bare minimum and worse as a parent, and now you're telling me that I owe you money for you buying me like clothes from Goodwill and Juicy Juice. You're a terrible human being. I told her. I was like, and also you're shaped like a frog. Nah, it's not, I'm okay with it. I have absolutely no qualms with it. Like, it doesn't get me fired up. I don't relive the feelings or anything like that. I'm perfectly okay with never talking to that crazy bitch again. But yeah, so my mom's the kind of woman who beat the snot out of me, made me her personal babysitter, and then tried to tell me how I owed her for all the food and clothes she put on me after she decided to have me. She also did the cry it out method, which is like really fucked me up throughout my entire life. There's another reason probably why I like to be alone so much. It's a self-soothing thing. That's how I fucking, she left me in my crib to cry until I gave up. I know, that's what I said to her, Marty, as something along those lines. I was like, you know, I'm so sorry that I decided to be born and like live. I'm fucking crazy, man. Well, it was in Florida that all this happened. It's only been 4 months since Cat Williams did that interview. All right, I'm gonna go, I think. Listen, Rainbow, I do not regret. I have absolutely no point in my life where I wish things had gone differently. There's not one single like point in my life that I would go back and change things, because I learned things the hard way, and so the hard way it is a lot of the times, you know? And I really like who I am and how I've evolved, and every stage of like really fucked up shit that happened made me, because I don't have anyone to come rescue me, I don't have like wealthy anybody to come, you know, like I have to sit and suffer in my own choices and see them play through, you know? So it gave me this, I don't know, I have a confidence and trust in myself and a love for myself that I never would have had. I also feel a lot more emotionally mature than I have ever felt, based on the fact that I've gone through the things that I have, especially here. Being here on this property for the 3 years like changed me as a person forever, for sure. I mean, like, honestly, I used to wish that I had a different family when I was a kid. When I was younger, I used to wish that I was born in any other family. But, like, if I had been born in any other family, I would not have had my grandma. And I had the best grandma ever. And not because she, like, totally pandered to me or anything like that. Thank you so much, Hate Machine. Not because she pandered to me or whatever. It's because she absolutely told me what I needed to hear, whether it felt good at the time. She was always straight with me, and she loved me unconditionally. Even if I fucked up, she still loved me because she knew that I was learning. And she was my grandmother told me something that's literally resonated with me my entire life. She told me that she wishes she could be more like me. And I was like, what? Grandmother? You're like the perfect human. What do you mean? And I wish I could be. Okay, we tried, but you're starting to get spammy. There it goes. Wow. All right. So you're starting to get spammy. Okie dokie, I warned you. There was something Rainbow said that I wanted to reply to. Oh, Rainbow, don't give any energy to people that say stupid shit in the chat. Don't give them your precious energy. I'm ignoring it. Sometimes we just don't bother deleting the comment or like blocking the person because the stuff is just so silly that everyone like. But just don't bother replying. I don't want anybody to ever try to defend me to anyone in the chat, because they are baiting you intentionally. Just like the person who does that, the Trump 2024, that's baiting. It's trying to bait people into arguing about politics. So we just ignore it. Oh, well, anyways, she just said, that's what I was going to say, I forgot. So she told me, she was like, Heather, you're so bold. And I was like, you know what? You know what, Grandma, you're right. Like, I am kind of bold, aren't I? Like, I've got a lot of gumption, you know? And my grandmother was very like, stop it. You know, she was a Southern belle. And, listen though, my grandmother did give me the absolute in the same connection. she did give me the absolute best relationship advice. And it's funny, but like if you really think about the meaning of it, it's really true. But she said the best relationship advice that you can give anybody is that sometimes you have to remain a little deaf. Like I didn't hear that. And that's the absolute best way, you know, to keep a long-term relationship. And she's not wrong, because honestly, me just like ignoring Josh's foolish flying off at the mouth is the only reason why we are friends again after our tumultuous separation. I had to be a little deaf. And it's basically grandma's way of saying, like, when a narcissist is coming at you, you gray rock, you know? Thank you, Youper gal. And I don't want you to waste your precious energy. I just don't think that I think that your life force energy should be better spent in a good mood. Don't let people bait you into fighting, because I promise you that if it's not worth me defending myself over, it's definitely not worth you getting upset over. So I do have like an open communication with my sisters. I don't talk to my brother. My brother, like, up until very recently was living with my mom. And like, to be quite honest, my brother's got like school shooter vibes. I hate to say it, but it's kind of true. And so like, I don't know what's going on with him. I don't want anything to do with him. I really just, to be safe, but you know, like, he makes me nervous, honestly, and I just don't really, he's never done anything wrong, you know, but he's got a real scary temper though. And yeah, I just don't, the risk versus the reward, you know. He was my first baby though. He was the first baby I ever had, you know, full care over. But I speak to my sister, my two sisters. When there's holidays, baby stuff, you know, we talk, we have a chat that we communicate in every now and again, but we don't like regularly talk. You know, they got their own lives and they're in Florida. And honestly, the reason that we don't have a really good relationship, it is not because I don't want one and that I haven't tried to have a close relationship with my sisters. My sisters are just, like, I don't know why, are mean to me for no reason. It's like a lot of, like, how she, like, I don't get it. A lot of people treat me that way. And especially, like, I'm the truth teller of the family. I'm the one who, like, says, like, hey, like, this that we went through isn't right. And, like, we need to, like, get over this as a team, you know? And nobody wants to face themselves. No one wants to remember the way they lived. Everyone's in denial about everything. And so nobody likes it that I'm the one. Everyone thinks I start drama, because when someone literally starts shit with me, I bring it to the family chat so no one can talk bad about me behind my back and say I said something I didn't say. Okay, well, if you guys are going to show me that you go behind my back and communicate with each other about what transpired, and you say things that aren't true, well, why don't we just, like, nip that whole middleman in the bud? And since everyone's got to find out what's going on, let's just have it out right here in front of everybody. Like, I know I'm telling the truth. I'm not trying to do anything to be hurtful or lie or be deceitful. So anything I would say to you, I would literally be okay with anyone in the room hearing. Like, why can't we do this? Like, I don't understand. I literally don't. It's only people who have shit to hide don't like to do that, you know? And that's, so yeah, it is what it is. My family's crazy. They're all lunatics. I'm the second to, or if the most sane one of them all. I literally have an aunt. My mom's sister, okay, so like my blood aunt, literally showers with a snorkel on. Because she doesn't like the way that it feels to have the water splash on her face. She gets scared, like she's gonna drown. Now, that being said, my grandmother, when she was young, when she was a small child, she almost drowned. So all of us have like a little bit of a genetic predisposition to fear of water in certain ways. but that takes it to another level. Yeah, Hera, it's hard. I think that, I don't know where my sisters fall politically. I think they started out, like, thinking I was a lunatic about the whole COVID stuff, and I think they've, you know, kind of realized that I was telling the truth the whole time. My one aunt, who I communicate with the most out of my family, she's the hardest liberal. She's fucking in fully. She loves Biden. So, naturally, she's definitely not at all kooky. Oh, who said that, Katrina? No. I definitely talk politics. I do now. I didn't used to. I stayed quiet with my opinions for a long time. Only in the last year have I started to really, like, speak out about my personal thoughts and opinions about it. People watch for 3 seconds and they think they have you pegged as a person. It just goes to show, though, when someone, like, comments something that is, like, observably false, like when someone comes in here and says, oh my god, she's obviously on meth, it just goes to show that, like, they have never spent any time with themselves. Like, if I had a suspicion about someone, I can almost always count on that suspicion because I can trust my intuition. I have a close relationship with my intuition, and I've utilized it in the past. I've spent time alone with myself, and I have really, like, worked on me as a person. And so I know I can trust me because I've experienced with that. I've when people are just, like, saying things that are just so, like, it's very obvious they've never spent any time with themselves. They've done no reflecting, and they can't trust their intuition, obviously. Their intuition's way off. Here's the thing, though, Aaron, about presidents and stuff, and I'm not a supporter of Trump, I'm not a supporter of Biden. I would have been a supporter of RFK, but I'm not a supporter of Israel, so I can't really support any of the candidates for president right now that are the mainstream candidates. That being said, we gotta realize when it comes to our presidents, we're not trying to hire someone to run the country who we would be buddies with. Someone that we would be buddies with would be kind and empathetic and sensitive with their word. Like, they don't intentionally say things to hurt our feelings. No. But what we need for someone who can be capable of handling that type of high pressure, high stress, diplomatic job title, they have to be the type of personality that can handle that type of environment and function, manage it, and do so sanely. That's not the kind of I could not be friends and close personal buds with the type of person who would make a good president. You know what I'm saying? Like, your best bud and the person who would run the country are not, I mean, is the person that you're best friends with the fucking running the country? Or is it, like, kind of like, you know, an average guy, just like a regular guy? We need somebody who can handle this insanely high stress job. So I don't necessarily need to like my president. I need to know that they are competent, capable, and are telling the truth. That's what I want to know. Oh, the irony, Menace. Oh, the irony. Trump almost had my vote. He almost had my vote. And then he had to go opening his mouth about how threatening to stop sending weapons to Israel was anti-American. And I was like, What did he just say? Oh yeah, that's right. His daughter is married to Jared Kushner. Oh my God, duh, Heather. Nope, not voting for Trump. They're in the pocket. He's in the pocket of Israel. He's being blackmailed by Israel. They have his child. Same as Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden is married to fucking a degum. They've got them by the balls. By their children. By their grandchildren. They're not just threatening to kill their children. They have infiltrated their families. They have grandchildren with these people now. And, you know, they're compromised. Hunter Biden is married to an Israeli woman who, I think she started out as like an agent of some kind. Anyway, she had sex. They had a kid right away. Like they had sex and had a kid within the first like week of knowing each other. She got pregnant. And now they're married. I don't know her name. I can't remember. You'll find it if you look it up online. I've been married for like 20 years. Be right back. I'm gonna go, guys. I'm gonna go and take like a fucking like rest. I've been on go mode and chatty, and I'm tired. And I just want to sit and I need to go outside and I need to go do some stuff. So, and I want to listen to music and a couple of audio stuffs while I do that. And I really can't do that on the YouTube machine. I might go on Bigo because I can listen to shit on anything I want while on Bigo. But I'm gonna turn the YouTubes off for a bit. It's finally cooling down enough outside that I think I could go and work in the tunnel and not be like burnt to a crisp. Let me go rake some shit. Anyone who thinks that what we have with Israel is an alliance and that Israel is in the right, I just don't understand. I don't understand. Oh, probably. I know why. Alright guys, I love you. I will see you later, alligators. Hopefully, I'll have some good news or something, sometime soon. I'll talk to you later. I love you. My brain is fried. I'm just tired from talking so much. Bye.